welcome to TVRI World Special Report. Today is on the presidential and vice presidential inaugurations today, 20th October 2024, and hundreds of millions Indonesians will witness this historical moment today. Later will be taking place at the MPR Jakarta. I'm Stephanie Slitonga, joined by my two partners.
I'm Siska Becker, and indeed, Stephanie, today is a historical day for all Indonesians as we witness the inauguration of the next president and vice president of Indonesia. And I'm sure that if not tens of millions, hundreds of millions of Indonesians will also be tuning in to bear witness to this moment. And not only that, at the MPR, as you said before, the event will be attended by at least more than 1,000 guests, including representatives from 20 friendly countries, special envoys, representatives from United Nations. All have arrived here in Jakarta since last Saturday. So Jakarta is a buzzing right now.
And don't forget today with me also, I'm Sesko Satrio, and not about the state guests, but security is also a concern from this event. With around 24,000 military personnel and 15,000 police officers deployed to ensure the smooth running of this event. And today we'll also gain deep insights from our two experts for their viewpoint. And only just this morning, we will start this event to hear the swearing in of Prabowo and also Gibran.
So today we'll have a conversation with Wijayanto Samirin, a senior economist from Paramadina University. He will provide insights into the direction of economic policies under this new leadership. And additionally, we will hear analysis from Shafia F. Mukhibat, Deputy Executive Director for Research at CSIS, and we will discuss Indonesia's position in global politics following this inauguration.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming and joining us here on TVRI.
Pleasure to be here. Very privileged to have you all here with us.
So to start this show this morning, this special report, we'll now give you an information. Well, there's a saying in Indonesia, tak kenal maka tak sayang. You have to love someone or to know someone is to know their background. So President-elect Prabowo Subianto is officially inaugurated as President of the Republic of Indonesia today. And for the next 5 years, after winning more than 58% of total votes in presidential election early this year. Now let's take a look on this compilation of Prabowo Subianto. Days in the lead to the official inauguration today, Prabowo Subianto, who turned 73 this week, was seen meeting various political figures at his Kertanegara private residence in South Jakarta. The meeting is seen as part of the vetting process to seek cabinet ministers in his new government. Prabowo wants to steer Indonesia in the next 5 years. President Prabowo's concern over the global political situation has prompted him to ask his candidate ministers to gather at his Hambalang near Bogor and learn from various international experts on Wednesday and Thursday this week. President Prabowo, who was born in Jakarta, comes from an elite family background in Indonesia. His father, Sumitro Joyo Hadikusumo, once served as minister under President Sukarno and Suharto. His grandfather founded one of the country's state-owned bank, Bank Negara Indonesia, in 1946. President Prabowo's childhood has been marked by international exposure, living in overseas countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, Switzerland, the United States, and the UK. Such exposure has made him a multilingualist, speaking fluent English, German, French, and Dutch, for example. Upon returning to Indonesia, Prabowo joined the Army Special Forces Unit, Kopassus. Prabowo married Siti Hediati Haryadi, the second daughter of former President Suharto in 1983. However, their marriage ended in 1998 when President Suharto stepped down amid nationwide protests. They were blessed with a son, Ragowo Didit Hedi Prasetyo, or better known as Mas Didit. Didit has been seen accompanying Prabowo in various political activities in Indonesia early this year, from registering to the General Election Commission or KPU last year to public campaign and various other political activities that has helped Prabowo Subianto win the presidential election this year. Didit is an Indonesian fashion designer. Given such international exposures, observers and analysts said that President Prabowo would take a more proactive foreign policy. This is particularly true as President-elect Prabowo has taken the initiative to take European tour, visiting some European countries like France, Russia, Serbia, and Turkey. Apart from this, President-elect Prabowo made official visit to ASEAN member countries in August and September. Setting a footprint in the international forum, President-elect Prabowo Subianto wants to take Indonesia into the global stage.
So we just witnessed the profile of the President-elect Prabowo Subianto, and now we will take a look deeper into the President-elect, Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka. So Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka is now counting days before his inaugurations as Indonesia's Vice President in October 2024. Prabowo Subianto and Gibran won the 2024 presidential elections in a landslide victory early this year, garnering a total of votes of more than 58%. Now let's take a look on Gibran brief profile.
Gibran Rakabuming Raka is the eldest son of Joko Widodo, the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia and Iriana. Gibran was born in Surakarta, Central Java on October 1st, 1987. After completed his early education in Solo, Gibran then continued his studies overseas. He studied in Orchid Park Secondary School and Management Development Institute of Singapore, or MDIS, with certificate from University of Bradford, UK, as partner of MDIS. Gibran enrolled in InSearch program at the University of Technology Sydney, or UTS. However, InSearch program is a pathway to UTS that prepares students for admission to the university. For Gibran, he did not continue his study there. Before following his father's footsteps in politics, Gibran was once known as an entrepreneur in Solo City. After graduating at the age of 23, Gibran started his entrepreneurial career instead of continuing his father's furniture business. Then he delved into culinary business and built Chili Pari, a catering business. He also owns Markobar, a food stall selling premium sweet martabak or stuffed pancake. In 2015, Gibran married Selvi Ananda, and they are now blessed with 2 children, Yan Etes Srina Rendra and La Lembah Mana. Gibran became spotlight when he joined the 2024 presidential election as the running mate of presidential candidate Prabowo Subianto. His huge desire and probably pressure to join politics came as a stark contrast what Gibran once told public in 2018 that he did not want to enter politics. That is not the case apparently. Gibran's political career began in 2020 when he participated in the 2020 regional election in Solo. Gibran and his running mate Teguh Prakosa are candidates from the Indonesian Democratic Party of Struggle, or PDIP. Gibran then was elected as mayor of Solo or Surakarta for 2021 to 2026 period. Gibran is the youngest mayor in the history of Solo City at the age of 33. His father, Joko Widodo, was previous a Solo City mayor from 2005 to 2012. Gibran stepped down as mayor of Solo in July 2024. Gibran's nomination into vice presidency has sparked controversy among public. The Constitutional Court has cleared the way for President Joko Widodo's 36-year-old son Gibran to become the running mate to frontrunner Prabowo Subianto. In an unexpected turn, the Constitutional Court allowed Gibran's bid to be vice president, removing a minimum age requirement of 40 for presidential or vice presidential candidates on the condition they have been elected to regional posts. This ruling caused the court's Chief Judge Anwar Usman, who is the president's brother-in-law and Gibran's uncle, was removed from his post as Chief Justice. After all this ongoing controversy, Gibran is now ready to be inaugurated as Vice President on October 20th, 2024.
So there you have it, the profiles of Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka, the next president and vice president of Indonesia. And today is the culmination of their journey as they're about to take the oaths for the highest office in the country. And now, as we mentioned before, we are very privileged to have here with us our very special guest, Ibu Syafia F. Muhibat from CSIS and Pak Wijayanto Samirin from Paramadina University. Once again, thank you so much for joining us so early in the morning on a Sunday, nevertheless. Thank you so much for that. We are very excited to pick your brains on the significance of this moment for Indonesia. Now, before we talk further about Prabowo Subianto's leadership, maybe first we can assess the condition of Indonesia. What kind of Indonesia is Prabowo Subianto inheriting? And probably also your opinion on the ascension of Prabowo Subianto to the highest office in Indonesia. Pak Wijayanto, maybe you can start us off.
Yeah, I think first of all, we have to congratulate and thanks to Pak Jokowi, who has been able to lead this very big and complex nation over the last 10 years. Of course, there are plenty of good news and plenty of bad news. But honestly speaking, Pak Prabowo is not as lucky as Pak Jokowi, because Pak Jokowi inherit Indonesian economy 10 years ago in a much solid situation compared to what Pak Prabowo inherit nowadays. A lot of factors. Some good news from Pak Jokowi leadership, I would say the first, of course, has been able to lead Indonesia overcome the pandemic. It's a very big problem for countries like Indonesia, very successfully. Secondly, he has been able to implement what's so-called by universal health coverage, or BPJS. Now, more than 230 million Indonesia have access, affordable access to health facility. In the past, it's not existent for many Indonesians. And several numbers such as income inequality, poverty rate also slightly decreased. Some says it's good news, some says it's bad news, because we should perform much better than that. That's the bright side of Pak Jokowi leadership. And the dark side of it, the other side of the coin, I would say, the first is the increased size of public debt. I think everybody aware that our public debt now reaching 88,500 trillion rupees. Not only the size is big, but also the interest rate is high.
Okay.
That's why now we spend 15% of our spending, government budget, on serving the interest only. This number double than the number we spend for capital expenditure investment. The other areas that probably some analysts also have serious concern is on the deindustrialization. 15 years ago, manufacture representing 20 to 23% of our GDP, now shrink to 18%. Okay. It's worrying because manufacture is the source of high quality job. It's the source of tax revenue for the government. And also, if we learn from the history, there is no big countries that has been able to move from low income, middle income, go up to high income country without industrialization. And that's some big challenge that happened over the last 10 years. And also, not to mention that there is an increase in low uncertainty. Low uncertainty is very important for investment climate, for business to grow. But as we may aware, corruption is still prevalent. The perception index of corruption is in Indonesia decreased over the last 10 years. So that's the bright side and the dark side. But again, we have to thank to Pak Jokowi for the leadership over the last 10 years. Of course, some says it's a successful leadership. Some says it's a failure. That's normal.
All right. Thank you, Pak Wijayanto, for the macroeconomy short recap of the past administration. How about you, Mbak Fifi? As a dear friend of TVRI World, we're always eager to see your point of view. Probably first, again, just a short recap of the last 10 years and what sort of challenges do you think now it poses for Prabowo Subianto as the upcoming president?
Sure. Continuing from Pak Wijayanto's assessment on the existing challenges in terms of the economic situation surrounding Indonesia, I think the same thing can be said also with regards to the geopolitical condition surrounding Indonesia. At least there are three issues that I would like to mention. So first, of course, is the ever-increasing tension between the US and China, which I think has a lot of impact in terms of how Indonesia projects its foreign policy and the situation within our surrounding neighborhood, and also the way that states interact with each other. So I think this is a challenge that is seriously facing Prabowo as president in at least in the next 2-3 years. The second is, of course, all the different hotspots that are now occurring throughout the world. Middle East is, of course, which
has spilled over now.
Of course,
the
the issue is now ever expanding to other countries as well. Not to mention Ukraine as well.
Still ongoing as well.
Of course, still ongoing. Even older disputes like North Korea. I think these are some of the issues that are now increasingly more concerning for countries like Indonesia. We can say that we are far away from either Ukraine or Middle East, but I think the spillover of all of these disputes is something that needs to be put into serious consideration, and I think also a challenge for the next president. The third factor that I'd like to mention is, of course, Pak Wijayanto mentioned about uncertainty, and there is also, I think, uncertainty with regards to our immediate neighborhood in Southeast Asia. Okay. There's now increasing critics towards ASEAN, for example, the unity of ASEAN because of the several disputes, and also the influence of either the US and China in Southeast Asia. So these are the kinds of things that Indonesia needs to project in the near future in terms of its foreign policy. Several questions to answer. Is bebas aktif still, something that we need to take into account in the future? What sort of strategy Indonesia needs to take in terms of facing all of these different challenges. So I think those are some of the issues that Prabowo seriously needs to take care of. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think economy and international relations is two things that the first two things they want to know from a new chapter of administration in the country. But I want to ask Pak Wijayanto first. You said that Pak Prabowo is not as lucky as Pak Jokowi and inheriting the condition of the economy. So what is the main challenge you think for Pak Prabowo in economic side to achieve his goals? What is the main challenge?
One, of course, about the fiscal situation. We can have big dream, we can have a lot of plan, but if we don't have the budget, the money, then the plan will become plan forever. That's what probably will be faced by Pak Prabowo. Just to highlight, our fiscal is rather fragile and not sustainable at the moment. From revenue point side, there is no significant growth over the last 10 years. As a matter of fact, in terms of tax ratio, tax revenue divided by GDP tend to stagnate and even decrease 10% at the moment from 14% in the past. So revenue is an issue. Spending over the last 10 years, of course, because of the COVID as well, we have a lot of social program, subsidy that, in the past, the number is not as huge as nowadays. And if we end the social program, then millions of Indonesia will fall into poverty. So this program have to stay and cost a lot of money. And again, on top of that, that level is very high. It's not only the size, I mentioned earlier, it also the interest rate, which is very high relatively to the neighboring countries, and also the tenor of the debt. Most of them below 5 years. Just to give you an idea, 2025 and 2026, our debt service ratio is around 43%. What does that mean? That means that the government has to spend 43% of its income to serve the debt, paying the interest and paying the principal.
Okay.
Meaning that the rest is not much to finance the ambitious program. The other challenge is, as I mentioned earlier, deindustrialization. The third factor that is also very important is the worsening investment climate. Why manufacturing industry is not growing in Indonesia? Because we don't have a very good investment climate. That's why most investors that invest in Indonesia, they focus on natural resources. Because for manufacturing, you as investor have option. You can invest in Vietnam, in Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, or the Philippines. While it comes to natural resources, if you would like to mine coal, if you would like to mine nickel, whatever the condition, you have to invest in Indonesia because the resources is there. So I think that several challenges that Pak Prabowo need to face to turn around the situation, the fiscal, the deindustrialization, the investment climate improvement. That's 3 out of a long list of issues that he has to handle.
Pak Wijayanto, we heard that on October 7th, I think one of his advisors, Pak Prabowo advisor, said that Prabowo plans to gradually increase the debt to GDP ratio. What are your thoughts on that?
I think with the current situation, the debt service ratio is already 43%. That's already very high because the international number is 25%. Above that is considered as risky. If we push the debt further as a resources to finance our program, then probably investor will start to nervous because we have too many debt. And then interest rate will be very high, our credit rating will be decreased, then we'll have confidence problem. For us, confidence is very important to ensure the supply of debt in the mid to long run, because we have to keep refinancing the debt. If there is no one would like to buy our new debt issuance, then that will become a problem.
Pak Wijayanto, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic in 2019 really impacted the global economic, not only Indonesia, of course. And now we see the size of the middle economy of Indonesia is also continue to shrink, right? And you see, we also know the gap between the have and then the poor, is still huge. So what do you think will be the strategy of the new government should do to actually lessen this impact, as we also know that the economy is not really recovered today?
Yeah, it is a very sad story to hear the fact that the number of the middle income class is shrinking, because we need a strong middle income class to bridge between the poor and the rich.
With the backbone of the country.
Yes, to reduce the economic inequality. Most of the middle income class disappear. They are not growing up, but they going down, meaning that the income inequality will become bigger issues in the future. How to address that? If we take a look at Jokowi government over the last 10 years, a lot of incentive has been provided, but very unfortunate that most of them goes to the rich in terms of, you know, tax break, non-fiscal incentive, and so on and so forth, and also to the people who live at the low income level, social program, and so on and so forth. But the middle income seems a bit overlooked. That's why, you know, the government need to put more attention to the middle income. How to handle this situation? Of course, middle income people need cheap public transport.
Okay.
Make sure it happen. Middle income class need affordable school, affordable universities. Make it happen. Provide this. And also they need decent job. So the government has to ensure that manufacturing industry not shrinking, but stays and grow in the future. The government have to put more effort. Incentive can be fiscal incentive or non-fiscal incentive to make sure that the manufacturing industry grow. Because if we lost the manufacturing industries, it will take years and years to start it over again. So before it's disappeared, the government has to interfere.
But
I think this morning we're having a very productive early morning on a Sunday. I think Pak Wijayanto usually maybe has a jog around Jakarta and giving us a lecture on economy. But still, in an important sector, I would like to know about the international relation, Bu Vivi. We know that in Pak Jokowi's era, Indonesia's foreign policy is so focused on economic and trade relations through multilateralism. And in your opinion, minding that Prabowo is a military personality, will you see Prabowo will be more inclined to engage on political or military issues, like maybe in the Middle East?
In terms of foreign policy, I don't expect any sort of like drastic changes in terms of our foreign policy directions, because traditionally foreign policy in Indonesia is already like sort of like it's a machine that's keep going going to the same direction. What we might see different is, of course, the style of the leadership of Prabowo himself compared to Jokowi, and might also be in terms of priorities. I mean, the issues are still the same, but what sort of priorities he put into the issues might be different. So having said that, I don't totally agree with what you said earlier about Jokowi focusing on multilateral issues, because I do think that he combines a lot of multilateralism and bilateral engagements as well. We see him engaging bilaterally with different countries in terms of gaining investments and so on. So that proves that multilateral forums are not the only venue that he channels. On the contrary, actually, Jokowi's been at the receiving end of criticism, saying that he doesn't put that much attention to multilateral issues. For example, him never attending physically the UN General Assembly, for example. That's one of the criticisms that has been put towards Jokowi. Prabowo, on the other hand, I think he enjoys this sort of like big multilateral forums like the UNGA and a lot of other different events as well. So we might actually see differences in terms of the character. And I do think that Prabowo would be a lot more hands-on in terms of foreign policy issues, because that's an issue that he personally enjoys, that he personally feel that he's comfortable with. So you might see, like I said, you might see different styles, different approaches to foreign policy. But in terms of the issues itself, I think I don't expect any big serious changes. Yeah.
Okay, correct. And how do you think Prabowo will maintain the neutrality, not to actually leaning more on the east or the west?
Yeah.
Okay, I do think, I mentioned Bebas Aktif earlier. That's basically the DNA of Indonesia, the character of Indonesia as a country. So in terms of being neutral, not choosing sides, I also mentioned the US-China competition. I think it's in the best interest of Indonesia to maintain that. And I think that Prabowo realizes that. If you hear some of his comments, always saying that he wants to be friends with 1,000, 1,000,000 countries.
The good neighbor policy.
The good neighbor policy. He wants to engage both U.S. and China. So I think he's staying on that track. But of course, what will be very interesting is to see how his strategy, how to get there, because. Obviously, it's not easy with the increasing tension of U.S.-China competition.
Yes. And it's interesting to note that just in July, he met with President Vladimir Putin in Russia. And the first overseas visit that he'll make as president is to China. So what do you make of this maneuvers, Mbak Fifi?
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes it's difficult to try to interpret some of these visits.
Okay.
The previous ones, of course, he was president-elect. Some of his visits were within the context of him being Minister of Defense. So it's kind of hard to interpret that as, explaining the future of Indonesia's foreign policy. But of course, the next visit that he will make to China is something interesting.
Okay.
That was also his first visit after the announcement of his victory in the election. So it really does show that China is an important country for Indonesia. But I think it also shows that for China, Indonesia is important as well, because his last visit was an invitation directly from Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
So it shows that both countries view each other as important, and I think that is something that needs to be underlined.
Okay, they see each other both as attractive partners.
Exactly.
How do you think, Pak Wijayanto, in terms of trade relations between Indonesia and China, things have been going quite swimmingly between the two nations, big investments from China and Indonesia. Should we still pursue this and make China the biggest trade partner in Indonesia?
Yeah, I think China is our biggest trading partner nowadays, and it will become more and more strategic in the future. What Indonesia need to do is to take advantage of the international dynamics. of the worsening trade relationship between China, the US, China, and EU. Because China needs to sell their product, and they cannot sell directly. China needs a country to invest so that their product can be sold to other countries through those country they invest in. Now, we are not alone in this regard. We have competitors, and they are not easy competitors. Countries like Vietnam, countries like Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines, they are waiting for the same thing. They are waiting for China investment, high quality investment, automotive, electronic, and so on and so forth. And they hope that China will use this country as their hub of production and export. Now, in this regard, we have to do a lot of things. First, Indonesia have to improve our investment climate again and again. And secondly, I think Ibu Vivi can address it more comprehensively later on. We need to have more FTA with EU, with the US, because without this FTA, it is not interesting for China corporation to invest in Indonesia, because their goal is to sell the product to China, to the US and also to EU. I think we still have huge homework in this. EU SEPA have been discussed since more than 6-7 years ago, and still, haven't been completed yet. With the US, we don't have FTA. What we have is a slightly modest one, what we call by PTA, Preferential Trade Agreement. We need to expand it into FTA. Vietnam has done this since 5 years ago. Malaysia, Thailand has done this long time ago. So we have to run faster to catch them up.
All right. Now we heard the reason Prabowo is visiting China next as president. He wants to get investment to build a great seawall from Jakarta to Surabaya in response to ecological issues that our country is facing. And he's always being very vocal about making energy transitions and green economy as one of the pillars of his economical policies. What do you think of the prospect for Indonesia for being a leader in green economy?
I think any investment, whether it is big or small, is helpful for Indonesian situation at the moment, as long as one it done through a proper feasibility study, assessment on the people's impact, cultural impact, environmental impact, economic impact. It should be comprehensive. Giant seawall, even the food estate in Papua, so be it, as long as it has done in a proper way. So I believe that Pak Prabowo visit to China will be very strategic, since we see that China need to invest outside the country to approach, to penetrate their exporting countries.
A lot of economic growth promises made by Prabowo in his campaign, and one of his targets is self-sufficiency in food estate. So how do you see this one, the opening food estates? Is this still relevant as what we already seen in the past government?
Thank you, that's very interesting question. Food sufficiency for a big country like Indonesia is very important, because despite the fact that we are an agricultural nation, agriculture employ almost 30% of our population, but we are a huge net importer of food, and the net import is growing skyrocket. So there is some problem with our food sources and food supply. Rely on import is very risky. For example, we rely on Vietnam and Thailand for our rice supply. What if, bad weather happen over there and harvest decrease significantly and they cannot export their product to Indonesia, we are in a very difficult situation. So food sufficiency, self-sufficiency is very important. The way now, actually there is two options to make it happen. One, increase productivity. Now the productivity level of our farmers, agriculture sectors is very low compared to the neighboring countries. Improving the techniques, agricultural techniques, improving the quality of fertilizer, the quality of seeds will improve. The government have to focus on that because that's the easiest path, and by doing that, meaning also we alleviating millions of Indonesians out of poverty. We need to do that. What about food estate? It's a big bang approach. The late Suharto have done that in 1995, 1 million hectares in Kalimantan, tried to convert the peatland into farming into agricultural field. It failed. We know Pak Harto at that time is very powerful. And then during Pak Jokowi era, recently, food estate in Kalimantan, it also failed. Now, what about the food estate in Papua? 2.9 million hectares, triple the size of food estate under Pak Suharto era. So be it, as long as it's done through a very proper way. Some scientists from IPB said that it will be a failure because the soil is not suitable for the crops. Some has comment about the social aspect of it. So the government has to listen to those concerns. My suggestion, done it gradually and involve the local people instead of everything managed and controlled by big corporation. Big corporation managing small firms owned by the local people. It will create harmony.
So many homework we have in the future for Prabowo and Gibran, I think. Before continuing, we have to take a break, for a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us on our special report.
Jokowi, an origin of Surakarta or Solo of Central Java, will return to his hometown after handing over the head of the state position to President-elect Prabowo Subianto, who took an oath as the 8th president of Indonesia earlier on October 20th, 2024. Over his 10-year tenure, Joko Widodo or Jokowi has issued many development policies, which have marked various achievements. Jokowi's presidency has been characterized by his focus on infrastructure development, social welfare programs, and economic growth. His term has overseen a period of remarkably stable growth of 5% each year, except in 2020, when the Indonesian economy contracted as a result of the global pandemic. Jokowi's development policies can be realized owing to his political strategy and branding of being modest, which won the hearts of people and his political opponents even before he became the president. Since his early years of becoming a mayor of Solo in 2005 and then governor of Jakarta in 2012, Jokowi had enjoyed a smooth political career with his political image of being populist was on the rise. He had also seen high approval ratings throughout his two-term presidency. Although a slight dip in the rating ahead of his retirement, Jokowi remained very popular among large parts of the public.
Allah, saya bersumpah.
During his first term as Indonesia's president in the 2014-2019 period, Jokowi intensively built infrastructure for connectivity, including toll roads, rapid transports, and airports. He also pushed for signature projects like the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed, toll roads, and other infrastructure projects to improve connectivity. Furthermore, dams and reservoirs were built to support the agricultural sector. Towards the end of his final term, Jokowi continued to intensify the downstream policy in all sectors to increase the added value of the nation's natural resources through downstreaming. Jokowi planned to make Indonesia able to process its raw materials into value-added products. For a long-term vision, Jokowi drafted a roadmap called Golden Indonesia 2045, which envisions Indonesia as an advanced economy when it celebrates the centenary of its independence.
Demografi 68,3.
Another big breakthrough from Jokowi is the relocation of the country's capital from Jakarta to Nusantara in East Kalimantan. Despite much work left to be done, the presidential palace in Nusantara is already functional within 2 years. Jokowi's vision for Nusantara extends far beyond his presidency. He planned the new capital city as a lasting monument to his leadership, a model of modernization for the global community, and a symbol of prosperity and greatness for the nation. Apart from the criticisms, the country's capital relocation aims to encourage equal Indonesia-centric development. In international affairs, Jokowi's policies have undeniably lifted the living standards of many millions of Indonesians and bolstered the nation's global influence. Notable achievement in Jokowi's second term was Indonesia's chairing of the G20 summit at a difficult time, and also when the country chaired ASEAN in 2023.
Security and defense, and he's absolutely right. It's a very, very good idea.
With all his work, Jokowi stands a great chance of leaving a mark when he steps down and returns to his hometown in Solo. And what has been done and fought for by Jokowi in the last decade can be continued by the new government led by Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka. After the transfer of power, let's hope that Jokowi's achievement and legacy will help the new government bring Indonesia closer to justice and prosperity for all. So that is the profile and journey of Joko Widodo at his last hours of presidency in Indonesia. And now let's continue our conversation with our guests, Pak Wijayanto and Mbak Fifi. Now we just saw a presentation of Joko Widodo's administration the past 10 years, up to the point where he's now leaving a legacy in the form of a new capital, Nusantara. Now I would love to get your take on this, Pak Wijayanto. Do you think continuing this legacy project of Joko Widodo will be realistic in terms of fiscal challenges that you mentioned before? Not to mention, you also have another mammoth legacy project, which is the free lunch program. It also takes a big chunk of the state budget. What do you think, Pak Wijayanto?
Yeah, again, as I mentioned earlier, we can have plenty of dreams, but at the end, the money, the budget is the one that who will decide whether the dream will become reality or it will stay dreams forever. In my view, IKN is a less priority project for Pak Prabowo because I believe he understands that Indonesians need many things more urgently, like how to reduce poverty, how to improve the health level of the youngsters, of the elementary school students through makan siang gratis, or now the name is changed into free nutritious food programs, and many others programs such as affordable, high quality education for most Indonesian, and so on and so forth. So project like IKN, I don't think Pak Prabowo will end it. I believe that he will continue it, but at a much slower pace. Again, it's determined by the capacity of our fiscal. When it comes to investors, I don't think investors at this stage interested to invest in IKN because it's a long-term project. And normally investors need, quick and high return, and it cannot be provided by IKN.
Yeah, that's right. So I know maybe exactly why the name is changed to nutritious, because there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yeah, that's the thing. Saying what I was saying about our relation with international forum. How do you say it, Bu Fifi, now? Pak Prabowo as a fluent speaker of multi-language, how do you see our presence in ASEAN? As you said that Pak Jokowi is maybe not that engaged in ASEAN. How do you see Pak Prabowo with it?
Okay, so specifically on ASEAN, I mean, I wouldn't say Pak Jokowi is not present in ASEAN. Of course, I think all the other ASEAN leaders put a very high respect on him. But I think Pak Prabowo will experience the same as well. I think in the context of ASEAN, the other Southeast Asian countries always look up to Indonesia. People say that Indonesia is de facto leader of ASEAN, and I think this sort of like sentiments still exists, even though Indonesia is having various kinds of challenges in terms of playing its role in the region because of our existing domestic interests as well. So I do think that one of Prabowo's favorite saying when it comes to foreign policy, that he wants Indonesia to play a bigger role, be it in region, be it globally. And I do think that is something that he seeks to achieve through various kinds of strategy. So I do think that Indonesia's bigger presence in ASEAN will be a serious interest of him. Having said that, I don't suggest that he will put ASEAN at the very top of his priority, because I do think that, in terms of getting investment, I think it's still a bigger priority for him. but definitely he wishes for Indonesia to be acknowledged as the leader of Southeast Asia.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of analysts are saying he will take a more assertive approach in relations with ASEAN, so then the other member countries can actually look up to Indonesia as the founding member and also as a big brother figure. What do you think about Fifi?
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. That I think resonates with a lot of his other ambitions as well, with Indonesia being a bigger, stronger role regionally and globally. And at the same time, I do think that ASEAN is facing a lot of challenges, which I think cannot be solved without a strong leadership within ASEAN. And I think that's something that Indonesia has been having a serious problem in terms of exerting leadership within ASEAN. And we are looking forward to see if Prabowo can actually change that.
Yep. We know also that Pak Prabowo went to Russia and then he will go to China also. How do you see Prabowo to balance the connection Indonesia with maybe bigger power in the world and also with ASEAN? How do you see Prabowo to balance that relation?
I think going back again to his good neighbor policy, I mean, if you ask him that question, of course, his answer has always been, he wants to engage with as many countries as possible. So that's why he, even though there is always, it's his visit to Russia, for example, is frowned upon by a lot of different countries. But I think he insists on doing that because of this good neighborhood policy that he wants to engage with a lot of countries. And I don't think that is something that has to be put on the contrary of him engaging ASEAN, because I think all of these different channels, be it bilateral, be it multilateral, be it with different countries, they have to be taken in parallel with another. So no type of engagements should be left behind if Indonesia really wants to play this bigger, greater role globally.
Right. Okay. So open diplomacy has become the characteristic of President Joko Widodo. And do you think this will be the main focus on the new leadership of Prabowo Subianto later?
Well, Prabowo will definitely be more hands-on in terms of foreign policy. For Pak Joko Widodo, I think he carefully picks and chooses which foreign policy issues and which forums that he wants to attend. But I think Prabowo will have a bigger role and bigger say in deciding a lot of foreign policy issues, which I think will be an interesting change, if not challenging, I think, to the existing foreign policy mechanism in Indonesia. But definitely we should expect more presence from Prabowo personally in a lot of foreign policy issues.
Okay. How about the Middle East conflict, which now has spilled over to the region? Ibu Retno Marsudi on her last meeting with the People's Representative also mentioned that it's very important for Indonesia to continue our staunch support for Palestine. How do you think Prabowo Subianto will approach this matter?
We talked about how Prabowo would like to bring Indonesia to this bigger and greater role regionally and globally. And I think one of his focus, and I think we've seen this in a lot of his previous engagements, his speeches and so on, is that he wants Indonesia to play more role in managing and resolving different conflicts. That's why he has had these different ideas about Ukraine, for example. He said some one thing or the other about Myanmar, for example, and I think he also pays close attention to the Middle East as well. He has not yet so far laid out a clear plan on what he wants to do in terms of the Middle East. But looking at his track record and his interest, it's safe to say that this will be one of his focus as well.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Now let's switch gear back to macroeconomy, Pak Wijayanto.
Sure.
One of the biggest talking points in his economic policies is his plan to increase economic growth from 5%. We've had 5% economic growth for the past 10 years, excluding the pandemic years, but he wants to take it up to 8%. And he says he can do that in 3 years' time. He mentioned that in a lot of forums. Do you think that's feasible, realistic?
Yeah, the last time we reached GDP growth of 8% is 1995.
Okay.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
And the circumstances at that time was perfect for Indonesia because a lot of investment coming in, Indonesia was portrayed as the next Asian tigers.
Yes.
But the situation is not exist today.
Yeah.
It's more.
And at that time, we were at the cusp
yes,
of an economic
more
crash
challenging.
now.
Having an idea of GDP growth of 8% is fine. Okay. But we, as long as we don't consider that as a dogma, we have to.
Okay.
If it is a
stay
goal, that's
flexible.
fine. Yeah. If it is a dogma, make it happen at whatever cost, that's a big no. Because for Indonesia, what is more important is not the quantity of growth, but the quality of growth. We need to ensure that the growth is also promoting economic equality. We need to ensure that the growth is promoting, environment sustainability. We need to ensure that the growth is not relying on that.
Okay.
So a lot of this concern, in my view, is very important. But I think the elected government is very realistic because in their vision mission, it stated that 8% average growth over 5 years. But now they changed a little bit the narrative into 8% in the year 3. So in this regard, I really value and appreciate it, the flexibility of the economic team of Pak Prabowo. If you ask me, is it possible to have 8% GDP growth? Of course, possible with 3 conditions. One, very good and sound planning. Second, hard works and integrity. And the third, big luck. Now, the third factor is beyond our control. Sometimes it's, global environment and so on and so forth.
How about the small, medium enterprises, Pak Wijayanto? Because it is said that I think billions of rupiah is ready to empower the SMEs. How do you see this?
I think SME has a very unique position in Indonesia because it employs more than 80% of Indonesian. Number of businesses under this category, more than 97% of total businesses in Indonesia. But it's always became a very nice talking point. But when it comes to walk the talk, often it's much, below our expectation. It's politically correct to talk about it, but oftentimes people consider it's not economically correct to focus on it. My view, the current government, the elected government has to develop it seriously, promoting small medium enterprises. The indication is very, very simple. Put the best people in this ministry. In the past, not that philosophy, not the best people is put in the ministries. The second, put enough resources, budget in the ministry. In the past, budget is very, very low. We cannot say that we have focused on developing SME when we don't put our best people, when we don't put enough resources in this ministry. So going forward, put the best people, put enough money.
As the Vice President-elect has an entrepreneurial background, will it help?
I think, of course, this passion oftentimes will trickle down into policy. Just like we expecting Indonesia has more concrete presence in the global arena. To some extent, it's because of the passion, the character, the history of Pak Prabowo. He has strong passion on international relations. Why Pak Jokowi, focus on infrastructure development? His background was carpenters, building things. I think those habits, those culture, those character will trickle down into policy. So if you ask me whether Mas Gibran profession in the past will help, I think yes.
Wow, it's interesting to know that we actually have the potential capabilities to achieve that growth in economic. So if we look back on a few days back, we see that the new elect president Prabowo Subianto has invited actually several people to come into his residency to actually later build on what we call it as Zaken cabinet. So what's your view on that?
I think the way we see cabinet should be like the way we see classical music orchestra. You know, all musician has strong contribution to the overall performance. But the most important point is the conductor, Pak Prabowo. Some people says that we need small cabinet. Some people says we need big cabinet. My personal view, smaller is better because it's more efficient. But if it is decided to be big, so be it. Let the conductor lead the orchestra so we can get the wonderful music out of it. So it is really the challenge of Pak Prabowo to ensure that this big cabinet member can work in a good coordinations, work with the same vision, no personal or group interests whatsoever. The interest of the nation should be put first. Then, you know, we'll enjoy great and beautiful music from this big classical orchestra led by Pak Prabowo as the conductor.
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to know more on that later, especially on the economic growth impact later that will be actually be resulted with this big cabinet later. But we will discuss later. For now, we'll take a short break, and please stay with us on the special report on the presidential and vice presidential inaugurations.
Days in the lead to the official inauguration today, Prabowo Subianto, who turned 73 this week, was seen meeting various political figures at his Kertanegara private residence in South Jakarta. The meeting is seen as part of the vetting process to seek cabinet ministers in his new government. Prabowo wants to steer Indonesia in the next 5 years. President Prabowo's concern over the global political situation has prompted him to ask his candidate ministers to gather at his Hambalang near Bogor and learn from various international experts on Wednesday and Thursday this week. President Prabowo, who was born in Jakarta, comes from an elite family background in Indonesia. His father, Sumitro Joyo Hadikusumo, once served as minister under President Sukarno and Suharto. His grandfather founded one of the country's state-owned bank, Bank Negara Indonesia, in 1946. President Prabowo's childhood has been marked by international exposure, living in overseas countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, Switzerland, the United States, and the UK. Such exposure has made him a multilingualist, speaking fluent English, German, French, and Dutch, for example. Upon returning to Indonesia, Prabowo joined the Army Special Forces Unit, Kopassus. Prabowo married Siti Hediati Haryadi, the second daughter, of former President Suharto in 1983. However, their marriage ended in 1998 when President Suharto stepped down amid nationwide protests. They were blessed with a son, Ragowo Didit Hedi Prasetyo, or better known as Mas Didit. Didit has been seen accompanying Prabowo in various political activities in Indonesia early this year, from registering to the General Election Commission or KPU last year to public campaign and various other political activities that has helped Prabowo Subianto win the presidential election this year. Didit is an Indonesian fashion designer. Given such international exposures, observers and analysts said that President Prabowo would take a more proactive foreign policy. This is particularly true as President-elect Prabowo has taken the initiative to take European tour, visiting some European countries like France, Russia, Serbia, and Turkey. Apart from this, President-elect Prabowo made official visit to ASEAN member countries in August and September. Setting a footprint in the international forum, President-elect Prabowo Subianto wants to take Indonesia into the global stage. Gibran Raka Buming Raka is the eldest son of Joko Widodo, the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia and Iriana. Gibran was born in Surakarta, Central Java on October 1, 1987. After completed his early education in Solo, Gibran then continued his studies overseas. He studied in Orchid Park Secondary School and Management Development Institute of Singapore, or MDIS, with certificate from University of Bradford, UK, as partner of MDIS. Gibran enrolled in InSearch program at the University of Technology Sydney, or UTS. However, InSearch program is a pathway to UTS that prepares students for admission to the university. For Gibran, he did not continue his study there. Before following his father's footsteps in politics, Gibran was once known as an entrepreneur in Solo City. After graduating at the age of 23, Gibran started his entrepreneurial career instead of continuing his father's furniture business. Then he delved into culinary business and built Chili Pari, a catering business. He also owns Markobar, a food stall selling premium sweet martabak or stuffed pancake. In 2015, Gibran married Selvi Ananda, and they are now blessed with 2 children, Yan Etes Srina Rendra and La Lembah Mana. Gibran became spotlight when he joined the 2024 presidential election as the running mate of presidential candidate Prabowo Subianto. His huge desire and probably pressure to join politics came as a stark contrast what Gibran once told public in 2018 that he did not want to enter politics. That is not the case apparently. Gibran's political career began in 2020 when he participated in the 2020 regional election in Solo. Gibran and his running mate Teguh Prakosa are candidates from the Indonesian Democratic Party of Struggle, or PDIP. Gibran then was elected as mayor of Solo or Surakarta for 2021 to 2026 period. Gibran is the youngest mayor in the history of Solo City at the age of 33. His father, Joko Widodo, was previous a Solo City mayor from 2005 to 2012. Gibran stepped down as mayor of Solo in July 2024. Gibran's nomination into vice presidency has sparked controversy among public. The Constitutional Court has cleared the way for President Joko Widodo's 36-year-old son Gibran to become the running mate to frontrunner Prabowo Subianto. In an unexpected turn, the Constitutional Court allowed Gibran's bid to be vice president, removing a minimum age requirement of 40 for presidential or vice presidential candidates on the condition they have been elected to regional posts. This ruling caused the court's Chief Judge Anwar Usman, who is the president's brother-in-law and Gibran's uncle, was removed from his post as Chief Justice. After all this ongoing controversy, Gibran is now ready to be inaugurated as Vice President on October 20th, 2024. Gibran Rakabuming Raka is the eldest son of Joko Widodo, the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia and Iriana. Gibran was born in Surakarta, Central Java on October 1st, 1987. After completed his early education in Solo, Gibran then continued his studies overseas. He studied in Orchid Park Secondary School and Management Development Institute of Singapore, or MDIS, with certificate from University of Bradford, UK, as partner of MDIS. Gibran enrolled in InSearch program at the University of Technology Sydney, or UTS. However, InSearch program is a pathway to UTS that prepares students for admission to the university. For Gibran, he did not continue his study there. Before following his father's footsteps in politics, Gibran was once known as an entrepreneur in Solo City. After graduating at the age of 23, Gibran started his entrepreneurial career instead of continuing his father's furniture business. Then he delved into culinary business and built Chili Pari, a catering business. He also owns Markobar, a food stall selling premium sweet martabak or stuffed pancake. In 2015, Gibran married Selvi Ananda, and they are now blessed with 2 children, Yan Etes Srina Rendra and La Lembah Mana. Gibran became spotlight when he joined the 2024 presidential election as the running mate of presidential candidate Prabowo Subianto. His huge desire and probably pressure to join politics came as a stark contrast what Gibran once told public in 2018 that he did not want to enter politics. That is not the case apparently. Gibran's political career began in 2020 when he participated in the 2020 regional election in Solo. Gibran and his running mate Teguh Prakosa are candidates from the Indonesian Democratic Party of Struggle, or PDIP. Gibran then was elected as mayor of Solo or Surakarta for 2021 to 2026 period. Gibran is the youngest mayor in the history of Solo City at the age of 33. His father, Joko Widodo, was previous a Solo City mayor from 2005 to 2012. Gibran stepped down as mayor of Solo in July 2024. Gibran's nomination into vice presidency has sparked controversy among public. The Constitutional Court has cleared the way for President Joko Widodo's 36-year-old son Gibran to become the running mate to frontrunner Prabowo Subianto. In an unexpected turn, the Constitutional Court allowed Gibran's bid to be vice president, removing a minimum age requirement of 40 for presidential or vice presidential candidates on the condition they have been elected to regional posts. This ruling caused the court's Chief Judge Anwar Usman, who is the president's brother-in-law and Gibran's uncle, was removed from his post as Chief Justice. After all this ongoing controversy, Gibran is now ready to be inaugurated as Vice President on October 20th, 2024.
You're still watching TVRI World for a special report for the presidential and vice presidential inauguration with the three of us as your hosts and our special guest, senior economist from Paramadina University, Wijayanto Samirin, and Ibu Syafia F. Muhibat from CSIS. But we now have live feed from the People's Consultative Assembly as we are now preparing for that very pivotal moment in our country's journey as a democracy, the inauguration of the next president and vice president. So now let's take a look at what's going on at MPR, People's Consultative Assembly, the venue for the inauguration.
But I think before this, that we can see in the visual in our TV that we're seeing Prabowo will leave his house at Jalan Kertanegara to the House of Representatives in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Okay, a big moment for him.
Big moment for him, of course.
I mean, we've been waiting for this exact moment to have this live feed so we can proceed with the inauguration, but Prabowo Subianto has been waiting for this moment for the past 2 decades.
2 decades, yes. He is. So hundreds of millions Indonesians today will witness their new elect presidents and vice presidency as they already voted their cast in February.
Exactly.
Right now we are seeing the situation inside the House of Representatives in Jakarta, Indonesia, and we can see that many of the members, House members, are already there.
Yes. As it is the process in Indonesia, the People's Consultative Assembly is the body that will take the oath of the president and vice president. So,
Ufi and Pak Wijayanto.
Yes.
Are you excited, or how are you feeling about seeing this?
Yeah, of course. It's a very important journey of this nation, right?
Yeah, as an Indonesian citizen, I mean, we have to be excited with the new government.
It's a new chapter.
Of course, indeed.
Now, Mafifi, if I can get your insights on the international audience on Prabowo Subianto. So domestically in Indonesia, we can say that Prabowo Subianto has transformed himself so many times over the decades as a military man and then retired general and then leader of a political party. He ran for office 3 times on different strategies until finally the last time he rebranded himself as this Gemoy figure and finally won the highest office in the country. But my question is, how does the international audience, the international media see him as a persona?
Of course, today I think Indonesia will be front and center of the international media because I think a lot of countries are looking forward to what kind of future Indonesia has with the new president and the new government. And of course, Prabowo, as as a figure has always been interesting. You mentioned about how he's transformed himself and all.
Yeah.
But I think looking at it from an international point of view, there's still a lot of questions with regards to what kind of leader he will be. All sorts of predictions have been made, and I think we have been trying to make predictions as well. But I think what is making this particularly interesting for the international, especially the media as well, is because Indonesia is such an important country, not only in Southeast Asia, but I think bigger in the Indo-Pacific and also globally. So the future of Indonesia, I think, will also impact on the future of Southeast Asia and Indo-Pacific and globally as well. And the type of foreign policy that Prabowo will bring for Indonesia, I think is something that a lot of countries are looking forward to, because Indonesia is an important country for a lot of countries to engage with, and they're quite anxious, what sort of leader Prabowo will be, and whether he will get along with a lot of countries as well. Because of course, we've said that he said a lot about good neighborhood policy, but sometimes, with leaders, it's rhetorics. And when they actually engage with other countries, it might be a completely different case.
Okay. Now, he has mentioned in a few forums his opinions on democracy. He says that it's a Western concept. Opposition is actually also a Western concept. How do you see this? And, I think one of the worries from the international stage is the diminishing of democratic values in Indonesia. Do you think this is a valid worry?
Well, I do think that we've been quite worried about Indonesia's democracy for quite some time now. I think Pak Wija would probably agree with me. But I don't think that's exclusively Indonesia. But I do think that democracy has been under pressure in a lot of other countries as well.
Even advanced countries.
Exactly. We look at the biggest democracy in the world with the US and what's going on there. So I think the challenge is real. The challenge is there. And yes, Indonesia will be an attention. And at the same time, there's a lot of hope as well. There is concern, there's worry, but there's a lot of hope as well that Indonesia will be one of the countries that carries the flag for democracy into the future.
That we will step up.
Of course,
and actually be a beacon of democracy.
Yes.
I wanted to ask back about the, we call it Zakan cabinet, that we said that it is, I think it's already said that it will be a big cabinet, Zakan cabinet. In terms of, or maybe in the view of international players, how do you see it, Bu Vivi? A big cabinet from a big country also. Indonesia is the biggest archipelago. How do you think?
I think in terms of international engagement, it doesn't really matter. What's more concerning is, of course, as has been explained thoroughly by Pak Wija, is the issues of coordination and so on from within the country. What might be a challenge when engaging internationally is then this changes in terms of the key points on which issues that international counterparts should engage with when it comes to Indonesia. For example, there are now, one ministry is now divided into maybe 3 or 4 ministries, and the old partners from international agencies or other countries might be now confused in terms of who to engage in this particular issue. So that might be that, but that's something that is not that crucial. What is more crucial is, of course, in terms of coordination from within the country itself.
Now, with the fact with Prabowo Subianto now has chosen to be the new Indonesia's president, do you think that the new leadership of Prabowo Subianto will be more explicit, that he will be more overt, unlike Jokowi previously?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I do think that that is something that is dependent on what issues. So he might be more overt on issues that he's passionate with and he's sure what he wants to address, but he might not be so on issues that he sees there's a leeway for a more sort of like casual or vague approach. I think that's very dependent on what
And
issues.
also what
yeah.
saying on his strategy, his campaign strategy, when he is more, like Siska also mentioned, with his Gamoy strategy. So will that actually indicate that the new president will be more open to the public? Or
I personally would take campaign strategy with a little bit of salt, because what people say during campaign is not necessarily something that is going to be the real thing when they actually take office. And I think this is not exclusive to Prabowo. I think a lot of leaders would have the same thing as well. So I'm not too sure that will remain the case. I do think on some issues, especially on foreign policy and defense and security, Prabowo might be more assertive and leave behind the persona that he displayed during the campaign. But then again, as I said, it really depends on what kind of
and that's
issues.
also because of his military background as well that makes him
Yes.
that, right?
Yes.
So let's go back a little bit to the second cabinet, Pak Wijayanto, as earlier I mentioned. So with this potential second cabinet that we will be having later in the future of this leadership, do you think that this will affect our growing economy? As with the second cabinet, we will have more ministries and of course like more ministers. So how will that really affect our economic growth later?
First of all, we need to define what is second cabinet. If many of the ministers have doctor or PhD degree, probably yes, many of them has PhD degree. But I still see that the elections of these ministries really influenced by political parties. So if they are expert, they will align with the agenda of the political party who assign them to be ministers. So I think it's a semi-second, probably we can say. About the campaign, just to follow up what Ibu Fifi just mentioned. A lot of gimmick in political campaign. It's not only in Indonesia, it's all over the world. Yeah. It's just the way to attract people's attention. What is important is the message in the campaign should be delivered when the president candidate elect as a real president. So Gemoy is not a big problem in my view. That's just gimmick. Now, what is important for Pak Prabowo is to deliver some of his punchline that was stated many times during the political campaigns, like makan siang gratis, pendidikan berkualitas, affordable and high quality education for all, and then high GDP growth, and also high tax ratio. I think that should be delivered. Now, with this big cabinet, agree with Ibu Fifi, the challenge is on the coordination. And also, some of the ministries are just newly established for an institution from the establishment into, can operate effectively. It takes time. Could be 6 years, 6 months, could be 1 year, could be 2 years. We don't know, it's depends. In this regard, I think that's the risk that will be faced by this cabinet, because on the first years of its administration, many of the ministries in the cabinets, are in a inception period. They have to focus on other things like the organization structure, administrative issues, people issues, salaries here and there. That can impact the performance of the ministries.
Pak Wijayanto, I'm sorry to cut you off. We're just going to comment a bit because we just saw
Prabowo
Subianto entering his vehicle.
vehicle.
That will take him to the MPR building, the People's Consultative Assembly, the venue for the inauguration where he's going to take the oath
Yeah.
And he's departing from his residency
In
in Jalan
Kartanegara.
Kartanegara in
Yeah.
South Jakarta.
We also saw our sixth president, SBY, or Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, just entered the
Yes.
NPR building, I suppose.
I think one of the things that we can be grateful for, I mean, despite the fact that maybe some people don't agree with his policies or didn't vote for him, but the fact that we have this peaceful transfer of power in Indonesia from one president of the other is something that, you know, it's a blessing to
It's
have.
quite relief, I think.
Yeah.
It's a relief.
Yeah. And I think we don't have any option other than to make these 5 years of leadership
Yeah,
successful.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we are really at the crossroads.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, that the demographic bonus we'll have will end in the next 15 years. And Pak Prabowo may lead the nation for the next 5 or 10 years.
Yeah.
So a third or two-thirds of this very important period of this nation will be under his leadership.
Yeah.
And as you said earlier about Wijaya, our next administration, I guess, has a lot of homework and also a lot of hopes and a lot of programs. But with that big cabinet, as you said, that there's a challenge on coordination. And how do you see Pak Prabowo will balance that or will navigate that? How do you see?
Okay, I think if we learn from the statistic of number of ministries in many countries, you know, advanced countries who have effective government normally has like 12 until 24, 25 ministries. Currently we have 34. It's considered as big for international standard. And probably we'll have 46, 49, we don't know, hasn't been announced yet. But there is no mathematics on it, whether bigger is more beautiful, smaller is more wonderful, so it really depends. I think it's Pak Prabowo's strategy to engage all components of the nation, whether it is, you know, race, whether it is political parties, political affiliation, to be part of the big government. So aiming for more political stability and wider engagement, I think that's Pak Prabowo's main goal in creating this big cabinet, not so much on performance.
Okay. So creating harmony and
Yeah,
unification.
Yeah.
And of course, we know that he's been voted by 96 million Indonesians
Yes,
in the last
yes.
election. So there's also a huge capital that he has
Yes.
to pursue all of his goals. Do you think
Yes.
this would be enough for him to realize all of his
Yeah, I think it's
ambitious projects?
It's depends.
It's yet to be
on
seen.
the performance of this cabinet, but we still have a big question mark. Where is the representative from PDIP, the representative from PKS, the representative
okay.
from Nasdem? Nasdem, they are not in the list
Yeah.
yet. So we can expect more exciting news to come in the coming days.
They are not in the list, but each of them said that they are. How do you say? They are like friend of the cabinet, like.
Yeah, you know, that's part of the negotiation process. I think.
Right? He's now still
This is the car
going,
of Prabowo Subianto, I guess.
And we saw also a lot of bystanders with Indonesian flag.
Well, speaking about Prabowo, once again, he's a military figure. Bu Vivi, how do you see our readiness in military to face maybe uncertainty in this world, or maybe the escalating conflict in the Middle East? How do you see our readiness?
Yeah.
Is
a bigger military presence needed right now?
Well, that's always the big question. I
Yeah.
mean, if you try to assess Indonesia's military posture, of course, you know, for the longest time, the answer is always it's never enough. It's
Okay.
such a huge country
Yeah.
in terms of what's more important, of course, in terms of protecting our water territory, the Navy is never enough. So, so there's always a bunch of homework to be done. But then again, if you're looking at it from a sort of like a bigger point of view, we also have different interests, different needs on other issues as well. And I think in terms of the economy, the budget is stretched out as it is. So there is no way that we can extend the budget for defense as well. So I think that's the dilemma as it is. If your question is if the posture is enough, of course it's never enough. But then again, we don't really have the budget for that.
Yeah. Just want to add, I think from economic perspective, our threat is not merely military from other countries, but cyber threat, and also business practice from other countries that is not really complying with the values of this nation, for example. That kind of challenge is probably more eminent in the future. So non-state actors is more important to us, in my view, as an economist.
The new type of enemy, the modern
challenge, I would threat, I will say.
Okay, because many people are saying, being the former defense minister, he will actually put more budget into defense equipments and everything that is needed to protect the country.
Yes.
But again, we have to see about that, and will this be approved by the House of Representatives?
But that's almost certain in my view. Again, patience, characters will have trickle-down impact on policies.
Now, Mbak Fifi, with 10 years of presidency of Joko Widodo, we see a lot of international events has happened in Indonesia, and also a lot of developments actually have been going in Indonesia. How do you see the new president will also do the same or even better, or what's your comment on this?
Well, I do think, I mentioned, I think Prabowo is keen on these different international events. I think he'll be keen into attending some of the important frameworks that Indonesia has maintained. G20 is one, of course. He would be more interested in some of the UN proceedings, the UN General Assembly and so on. ASEAN, the different ASEAN meetings, I think he would be also keen on attending some of them at least. So yes, definitely, all of this, maybe the general public see it as, these are just merely international events. On the one hand, yes, it could probably just be international events, but at the same time, some of the successful events held in Indonesia really raised Indonesia's profile, and we have to take that into account as well.
Okay. I think the upcoming month is going to be a very busy time for diplomacy. We have the APEC summit coming up next, and then the G20 as well. And I think that's one of the big overseas visits by Prabowo will be made to the APEC
Not to
summit.
mention his long list of bilateral engagements as well.
Now, what specifically about the APEC summit? Do you think there would be a strategic visit by Prabowo, and how would he make the most of that visit?
I do think, I could be wrong, but looking at his track record, I do think that he would want to make use of this, visits in the first few months of him taking office. So he would want to show his presence in the first few months, so that, like I said, there's a lot of questions about him, a lot of confusion, misunderstandings. If you read all those reports in the international media, people are questioning what kind of leader he's going to be. So he would want to have this presence and try to get as much recognition as possible for him.
Making the rounds, introducing himself as the new president. Okay, it will be interesting to see, a new leader on the international stage representing Indonesia.
We also heard that Prabowo has a lot of friends in the world, and that will open the money from all around the world. Investments, And how do you see this, Pak Wija? Because we already have a lot of debt now.
Yeah, I think, I believe and I hope Pak Prabowo will consider international issues, mainly local issues. So when he traveled all over the world, he considered various collaboration that can benefits the people of Indonesia. In this regard, economic cooperation. So I hope that during his global visit, he will take, businessmen from Indonesia. The visit is opening the door for business community in Indonesia to collaborate with business community from all over the world. Again, as you said, we need a lot of investment to stimulate GDP growth in the years to come.
Okay.
But how do we balance that new investment and with the debt that we have now? How do you see it? How do we have to navigate that?
Okay. Our debt level is already very high. So adding more debt is very risky. The other option to finance our investment is foreign direct investment.
Okay.
So foreign direct investment in the future will be more strategic for Indonesian context nowadays.
Okay.
Okay, that's right, yeah. So now we can see again in the screen that
Yes.
I think it's nearing.
He's cruising
Almost.
through the
Cruising through,
empty
yeah.
main roads of Jakarta. When we arrived here in TVRI earlier, the roads were
The
not
road is
closed yet.
empty.
Yeah, but it was already empty. Everybody's preparing. It's a Sunday, so maybe that's one of the reasons
Right,
it's
yeah.
held on Sunday to make sure that there's less traffic.
Right, yes,
Yeah,
and I think it is.
we're lucky the October 20th falls on Sunday because the date is always on October 20th.
Yeah, that's right.
The saying of the oath.
Yeah, so I think the car of Prabowo Subianto is almost approaching NPR building.
Okay. So security is also, of course, very big on this
Yes.
day. Thousands of personnel
Yeah.
from military armed forces and also police force are being used to make sure of the security of the proceedings.
I think the choice of car types is
Yeah.
very interesting
Modest.
to analyze. Modest.
Think
It's
modest?
not big,
Yeah.
strong Jeep, but it's just family cars.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
family
yeah.
car.
some reason behind.
Yes.
How do you see this? Is it like a signal? Is he trying to say to the people?
Yeah.
I think it's
Convey
a
a
good
message.
signal. It's a good
Yeah.
signal.
Okay.
He can use expensive
Yeah.
Jeep wagon, but he prefer to choose those humble, ordinary
Yeah.
car.
He
But
doesn't
still
really,
an imported car.
he doesn't really show his characteristic or background in military.
Yeah.
Okay, he's now entering the complex.
Oh yes, he is.
The main
Of the
entrance of
NPR,
NPR, right.
The House of Representatives and the People's Consultative Assembly. It's the People's House, as
People's
we
house.
call it here. Get a bird's eye view of that iconic building, really nearby to TVRI.
And once again, talking about signals or messages,
Yeah.
Pak Wija mentioned the car. How about the color? White? Is there any message?
Yeah, that's
Color of peace?
Yeah,
Color of
that's,
peace?
that's
Right.
normal.
Okay.
I mean, acceptable to
Yeah, the most
everybody.
non-aggressive color
Yes.
there is.
Okay.
It's a neutral color.
wheel.
No political parties.
Right, yes.
has this
No
color.
political parties,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
right.
But
And also,
like I've read many times, white car is actually the most environmental friendly as well.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
Prabowo is already there. Is walking towards the NPR
Okay.
building.
interesting. He's wearing a beskap attire.
Yeah.
Yes.
You cannot help but wonder how he is feeling right now. I mean, if you follow
After,
his
yeah.
political journey
After numerous,
Numerous
efforts,
attempts.
yeah, attempts.
as vice president
president,
and
of
then as
course, as
president,
president, yeah.
twice. And it's also very interesting to note how he started out as bitter rivals with Joko Widodo, but
Right.
now you can say that they've become partners,
Partners.
and colleagues.
He's continuing.
Yeah,
He's projecting that he's continuing
Yeah.
the government
yeah. And that,
programs.
I think, yeah, that's one of the reasons he won the election, because the promise of continuation
Yeah.
from the previous administration.
And he was just greeted by the People's Consultative Assembly, or we call it NPR here.
Yeah.
Previously, we also see
dekorasinya
Ahmad
dibikin.
Muzani, the newly appointed chairman of MPR as well. And now I think they are start entering the VVIP room,
Yeah.
or the holding room.
So around 1,100 guests will be in attendance for this
Yeah, that's right.
ceremony.
That's also including the special envoys
Yeah.
and also leaders from other countries as
Yes.
well to attend.
There are
this
leaders of state
inauguration,
and
right, yeah.
representatives,
Right.
special envoys from friendly countries as well.
Who actually have arrived also, most of them yesterday.
That's true.
We said that Prabowo projects continuing the government's project in his administration term, but is there anything that Pak Wija maybe think, or Bu Vivi, maybe Prabowo should change, not continue, but should change? Is there something particular about what's going on already in the previous administration?
I think a lot of need to be improved. Otherwise, we'll grow only at 5% or even lower. So improve on the way we approach government program. In the past, tend to be top-down, very spontaneous, lack of planning. Now we have to, I believe, have to spend more energy and time on planning.
Okay.
And then in terms of choosing the program itself, we have to prioritize programs that have more direct economic impact to the people.
Yeah.
So big infrastructure projects that history, infrastructure projects that have direct impact to the public, and less capital intensive, but more, people intensive, need to be pushed further. I think areas like that is very important for Prabowo to keep
focus on,
pushing, focusing.
Okay. How about in terms of foreign policy, Bu Vivi? What can be improved? in
Oh,
the
there's
next
quite actually
administration?
quite a lot of homework.
Yeah, you have a laundry
just to mention one. I mean, we discussed about ASEAN
Yeah.
and the challenges that ASEAN is facing. Issues like Myanmar, South China Sea
Yes.
is far from
Being concluded in any way.
in any way, even managed,
Yeah.
so to say. So those are like immediate
Okay.
issues that need immediate attention. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. You said about the South China Sea, but once again, China is also like a trade partner for Indonesia. How do you see Prabowo should balance that from trade partner and also the sovereignty of the South China Sea?
Sure. I mean, Indonesia's relations with China has always been interesting and complex. For the longest time, Indonesia's strategy, I mean, if we could call it a strategy, is to maintain relations with China in sort of like two parallel relationships. So whatever happens in our political security relations, be it tension in the North Natuna Sea or others, so far has not impacted our economic relations. So our economic relations would just go on as normal. And for the longest time, that strategy has worked.
Okay.
But we discussed about the ever-increasing U.S.-China tension, that might not be the case in the near future. So that's something that Prabowo needs to take into consideration as well.
Okay, so we do need to make a stance, so to speak.
Well, not really a stance, but we need to figure out a way how to maintain this relationship with China so that whatever happens in the political security doesn't really jeopardize our overall relations.
Yeah.
No, I think we see special envoys and also foreign dignitaries also approaching MPR. And
Yes.
previously, I think we saw representative from Jordania also has arrived, and other representatives from other countries. I think there is also Canada representative is arriving at
Okay.
MPR.
Jordania, of course, is very dear to Prabowo
Very
Subianto.
true friend,
He
yeah.
spent many years there.
And I think what's really interesting also with this inauguration ceremony, I think the design of this venue also designed by Prabowo Subianto's only son.
Mas did it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I think it has a concept of sustainability. It depicts greens,
Yes.
ambience there.
His only son is in the creative industry.
Right, yeah.
Very creative and very artistically
Yes.
inclined. So it's a good idea to make the most of his abilities for this big day. So we're still seeing state guests pouring in to take part in this great moment in Indonesia. An important step in democracy, swearing in of the president and vice president that won in a democratic election.
Yeah, we're seeing in our screen that Prabowo is welcoming visitors, guests from neighboring countries. One thing that maybe we haven't talked about the Indo-Pacific relations. If you have any takes on that, Prabowo is a multi-linguistic person. I think how will be the Indo-Pacific relations will be in Prabowo's administration?
Indo-Pacific, I think, will depend a lot more on the relationship between the U.S. and China,
Okay.
and not so much on the policies of the actual countries within the region. So really, in terms of geopolitics, U.S.-China relations will play a great deal in terms of influencing the overall dynamics within Indo-Pacific. But of course, is going to continue to be the center of interest in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics as well. And what's important for Indonesia is how actually we can benefit from the ever-growing attention towards Indo-Pacific. If we recall, 10 years ago, Jokowi aspired Indonesia to be the fulcrum of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Even though that doctrine sort of like faded as time went by, but I do think that the essence of that idea is still very much relevant.
Okay.
Okay. And as for the U.S.-China tension, we do have to wait a little bit until U.S. also proceed with their elections.
Yeah, that's
yes.
right.
Not
then,
so,
yeah.
not so far.
Yeah, not
So
so
far
far
away.
off, yeah, in November.
In November.
Okay, we see more state guests coming in, taking their walks to greet the next president.
What we've seen so far, I think representatives or special envoys from Jordan, Canada, and just now I think Egypt as well.
Now, Egypt, of course, historically
Yes.
is a very good friend of Indonesia. They were one of the first countries to acknowledge our
To recognition,
independence. We're in the Asia-Africa movement, founders together.
Yeah.
So it's good to see that the friendship is still
Friendship is
going
still
strong.
ongoing, yeah.
Now, speaking about the diplomatic relations, Mbak Vivi, Prabowo once said that he would implement the Asian way in establishing relations with Asian countries. Do you think with this Asian way diplomacy, Prabowo wants to strengthen his influence in the Asian region?
To be honest with you, I don't really understand what an Asian way of diplomacy is. Asia is a huge continent as it is. The way India conducts foreign policy can hardly be the same as how, South Korea conducts foreign policy. But if
I think the comment was ASEAN way, the ASEAN way.
Well, the ASEAN way is a lot more established terminology, I think, and applies to how ASEAN conducts itself as an organization. If that's the case, we talked about how ASEAN is actually facing a lot of challenges. And as part of the main core of this challenge is the ASEAN way itself, how it is so informal, how everything has to be of consensus.
Yes.
And that is, of course, on the one hand, it shows collegiality and harmony within the region, but at the same time, when you have to have a swift reaction response to important issues like Myanmar, then the ASEAN way has actually been a stumbling block in how ASEAN can actually, be better towards the future.
I think that's one of the biggest hopes for Indonesia as Prabowo Subianto takes charge now in ASEAN, is the hope that he can have a more assertive approach to solve all the problems of ASEAN, which has been solved in the ASEAN way previously.
Sure.
Yeah.
And with this ASEAN way, Pa, how do you see this will be benefiting Indonesia? Will be beneficial for Indonesia then?
From economic point
perspective.
of view, ASEAN way of doing business, I don't think those terminology exist. Business is
In business,
business.
yes.
Yes. Return is return, risk is risk. So, but we can take advantage because as Asians, we have a kind of cultural similarity. So probably it's easier for us to collaborate and talk with them. We have almost similar past history under the Second World War, for example. It may help, but probably it may also not help at all.
We've mentioned Indo-Pacific relation is close correlated with the
US-China.
US-China, and also we know that in America now they're also having presidential election. How do you see the future in America, Pak Wijaya, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
Okay. Certainly, Kamala Harris would like to continue Joe Biden's stance on international trade, on the way she will deal with China. But Trump, he'll be more aggressive.
Okay.
Typical, presidential candidate from Republican. More domestic oriented, more direct. So we'll see a very interesting development if Trump finally been appointed as president, not only in relation with China, but also in the Middle East and Ukraine, because openly Trump said that I can finish Ukraine issue in one day.
In one day, yeah.
As president, I don't know in one day what he'll do.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing that we have to look forward also.
Yes.
America and our next administration.
Okay, now we have a bird's eye view of the State Palace, I believe.
Oh, that's the president.
I think this
Joko
is
leaving.
Yes.
It's
President
President
Widodo.
Jokowi. Yeah, he's leaving the State Palace to NPR building.
Yeah. Of course, as
Or it's just arrived, or
let's get confirmation. But for sure, President Joko Widodo has been quite, from the State Palace.
He's
Yes.
from the State Palace.
He's been quite at the forefront of ensuring that this moment in Indonesian democracy is happening in a very peaceful manner, in a very amicable,
Very well
manner.
organized.
Yes. The way he introduced Prabowo Subianto a couple of times in international forums. This is my predecessor. This is my the next president of Indonesia as the predecessor. Very proud to introduce him to all of you. I think that it's a good sign
It's a good sign.
of a, one of the good signs of a healthy democracy is the peaceful transfer of power, and
you can also say
glad that we see this.
Yeah, we can also say to the viewers that after from the NPR building, Prabowo Subianto will travel to Istana Negara or State Palace.
Yes, his new office.
Yes, new office.
And I believe there will be some sort of ceremony that will take place
in the State
Palace
yeah,
as well,
Palace.
right? Between former President Joko Widodo and then the new President Prabowo Subianto. Wow, really a monumental moment here we're witnessing.
Of course, yeah, that's right.
And despite challenges and a few controversies, especially at the last part of his presidency, I mean, like Pak Wijayanto said, we can be thankful for a relatively stable economy during the 2 terms of President Joko Widodo.
And later, after the oath-taking and inaugurations, Prabowo Subianto will also have a gala dinner with special envoys.
That's happening
and
later in the
delegates
evening.
from other,
And we'll be covering that as well.
Right.
Well, speaking about the State Palace,
Yeah.
I remember we just said that IKN is not the main thing it should be in Prabowo's mind right now, but it is a project that is already going. How do you see, or when will Prabowo shift his focus to IKN, you think, the good time?
Yeah, I think when Pak Jokowi announced that we're going to move to IKN, his target was he'll move to IKN before he ends his term, right? And those goal is not achieved.
Yeah.
So there is no definite goal yet in regard to the timeline. So it really depends on Pak Prabowo how he gonna continue the new capital. Again, financing is a big issue in this regard.
So in the economic side, actually IKN is a challenge for our...
The biggest cost for Pak Prabowo government is not only the budget, but also the cost in terms of, lack of coordination among ministries, lack of coordination among, business communities, because, approaching IKN at the moment is still quite tough, It is happened at a time in which Pak Prabowo has to make sure that the government has a solid coordination. So I believe that moving to IKN is not on the top priority
right now.
Pak Prabowo list at the moment.
I think such an emotional moment now, not only
was.
for...
And he was shaking hands with
all the
State
staff
Palace
of State
saying
Palace,
thank you for their service.
Right. 10 years, I mean, it's not a short period of leadership.
Of course.
So I think it's such an
a lot of
emotional moment
relationships
for the staff as well.
Yeah,
Right.
President Jokowi and also the First Lady Ibu Iriana looked a bit emotional.
Right, yeah. And we also saw that President Joko Widodo, he was accompanied by his family. Of course, he also has his grandchildren with him.
Yes.
We just saw on the screen.
Where Pak Prabowo will stay after being elected as president? Will Pak Prabowo stay in this palace, Kertanegara, or Bogor?
Yeah.
Or the existing residence? Where is it?
Yeah, in
Hambalang, yes.
Do you have any ideas? That's interesting too.
Yes,
an interesting question.
Confirmation on that, but so far I think it's in Hambalang. In West Java,
Maybe Bu Fifi has information about that.
Do you have any lowdowns?
No, unfortunately, no.
Well, we see in our screen now, still President
President
leaving the State Palace.
This last hour, by the least, I think. Being greeted by the staff there, the State Palace. Now, Jokowi, he's enjoyed something that some other state leaders can only dream of. His level of popularity up until the end of his presidency, 77%, if I'm not mistaken, is his approval rating. for president. Yeah,
Which is remarkable,
which is
because if you
remarkable.
see other countries,
Yes.
hardly any of the leaders could surpass 50%
Yes,
of
exactly.
approval rating.
So that's why his popularity is something that state leaders can only dream of, I would say. But
And once again, speaking about the messages, I think I'm getting a message from Prabowo and Jokowi. Prabowo chose the color white, and Jokowi chose
Jokowi
black.
black.
I think it means that yin and yang,
Right,
the balance. I think.
I think you're doing what we call here cocoklogi. Sesko.
Yeah, yeah.
So as we can see, there will be a lot of public activities going on today to have the people, to give them a chance to celebrate this monumental day. I think there'll be like stages with entertainment going on throughout the day in different points around Jakarta.
Yes. In fact, yes.
Sudirman, Tamrin, and Senen, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, yes.
Will you join and come?
Of course, I think not, because
Yeah.
we will be here.
We'll be here.
Yeah.
This will be our stage for the day. Okay. Inching for
Yes, I think
their
that-
route to the MPR building. Now, the journey of Joko Widodo is also very interesting and remarkable and fascinating. You know,
Right.
From humble beginnings, from Solo, Central Java as a mayor, and then to Jakarta as governor,
Yeah.
and then to become the president of Indonesia for 2 terms. Relatively successful, high approval rating.
Yes.
So,
And don't forget to mention a carpenter from Solo.
Right,
Yeah,
yes, his
exactly.
Like
background
Paul
is
Gento
as a
said,
begin
yeah,
carpenter.
beginnings, yeah.
I think, yeah, his journey is one for the books.
Right.
President Jokowi's entourage, we can see that still navigating through the crowds there in front of Monas, I think.
So Jokowi really has this characteristic, his own characteristic of him that people say that humble. So do you think that also Prabowo will have such characteristic, having known that his background is also military, but he has, like we already discussed before, he has different strategy in his campaign, which doesn't really represent his military aspect from him. So what do you think, Mbak Fifi?
I really cannot predict, but you know, at least I mean, my background is on foreign policy issues. What I can say really is on foreign policy issues, he will be a lot more hands-on than Jokowi, and I don't think, you know, being humble or not humble play any role in this situation. So he'll be a lot more hands-on on very specific issues. He will be more assertive if he really sees Indonesia's interests at stake there. On some other issues, he will probably be more laid back and take a more neutral stance. So it really depends on the issue, but definitely he's going to be a lot more hands-on.
Okay.
What about you, Pak Wijay? What do you say
I
of
think
this?
I want to see a president that are hard workers, man of action, has concrete plan, and done it, you know, quickly and in good manner, you know. Whether humble or not, I don't think it's important. It's not important. What is important is originality. Just be yourself. We have elect you as president. We will be happy to see you. However, whatever you are, you know,
Yes.
as long as you are,
Be authentic.
be authentic.
Okay. Bu Fifi, I asked you earlier about how the international media portrays Prabowo. Now, how about the vice presidential elect, Gibran Raka Buming Raka? I mean, even here in Indonesia, we are still unsure about his capabilities. How's the international media handling his
Right,
portrayal?
yes.
That's a very interesting question and a very valid one indeed. For one, he has been overshadowed with media attention towards Prabowo. So whenever the media wants to portray Indonesia in the future, then they take Prabowo and then just, you know, basically assess every single detail about him. And so that sort of like leave Gibran a little bit outside of the limelight, so to say. Secondly, if there are media running news about him or trying to portray him in an article whatsoever, usually the narrative is that he is Jokowi's son.
Okay.
So so that's the main perspective on who is Gibran. It's Jokowi's son, and him being the next vice president sort of like comes second or third after that. So it's been quite challenging in terms of trying to read what the international media perceives him as.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it'll be safe to assume, still an assumption, of course, because as you mentioned earlier, Prabowo Subianto seems more comfortable on the international stage, so he will take that role to be the Indonesian persona on international forums, and Gibran would probably take more of a domestic role, considering his huge popularity, his family's popularity, that is. But we don't know, maybe he would take up a bigger role in international stages. We'll just have to wait and see for that. It'll be interesting to see.
Some analysts have sort of like tried to go back to the years of SBY.
Okay.
I mean, SBY was also a very global sort of like persona, right?
Yeah.
He travels to a lot of international meetings and so on. And people assess that at the time, his vice presidents were Yusuf Kala and Budiono, who were very who were experts in terms of the economy, and so they sort of like took care of what went on domestically while the president was away. So people were trying to sort of like analyze whether the same situation could actually happen again. But of course, we have a completely different individual as vice president, so people are trying to analyze how that's going to turn out to be.
Okay.
So you can, maybe can confirm, or you agree with that narrative. I think Prabowo will take the international part more than Gibran. You agree with that?
I would think so. Yes, that's his passion, not about international issues. So I don't think he's going to leave that to anyone but himself. Yeah.
Okay. What about Wijaya? Where will Gibran play a role?
Agree. International issue, Pak Prabowo will be very hands-on. Domestic issue also, because we have a lot of big issue to resolve. Of course, Pak Prabowo himself would like to ensure that everything will be done in accordance with his plan and expectation. So I believe that he'll be hands-on domestically as well as internationally. The question, so where's the space for Gibran?
Yes.
If Mas Gibran asking me what his strategy will be, of course, Mas Gibran and Pak Prabowo is a totally different phenomena. Pak Prabowo is a big guy in Indonesian politics, and Gibran is a newcomer. He needs times to learn. So if I were him, I would like to pick some sectors that I really comfortable to get involved in. What's that? As you just mentioned, small medium enterprises, and then creative economy or
e-commerce,
tourism. I think if I were him, I would like to focus on this area and make it happen. It's a learning for me. It's also a showcase
For
that
him,
I'm a serious and capable person.
Force to reckon with, not just a sidekick.
So with the presence of Gibran as the vice president, and he's also a millennial, will that also put Gibran, Indonesia, be on the spotlight, Fifi, as we also know some countries or nations also have young leaders. So will that also benefit Indonesia in the international landscape?
I'm not sure. I can clearly confirm that would be a benefit. As I mentioned, I think yes, there are a lot of very young millennial leaders in other countries as well. But each of them would have, and Gibran also would have different sort of like backgrounds on how, in terms of their track record, their history, their policies, and so on. And if you can see like a lot of these different leaders throughout the world, the younger ones, they have different style in terms of governing their countries as well. So just because they share the same age doesn't necessarily make them sort of like the same type of leader. So I don't think that we can read into that simply because of the age and yeah, them being a millennial.
In fact, that's a drawback for Gibran, because if you expose his status as a young vice president, people in Indonesia, all over the world, will remember the process behind during the presidential and vice presidential election. So exposing him as a young vice president is a drawback for Gibran. That's my view.
Yeah. So maybe better, I think, like you said, you have to focus on the thing that he's capable
Get
of.
things done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get the things done. Put his stamp on the political
Yeah.
world in Indonesia.
Yeah, because if you mention the word young, you can read it as either young and fresh of ideas or young and inexperienced.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, yeah,
So
that's true.
Yeah, he's got a lot of proving to do
exactly.
in the next
Exactly.
probably 100 days of
Yeah.
Yes.
of the administration.
But again, that couple was
Yeah.
chosen
Right.
by
Yes,
the Indonesian people, so it's good to.
So we
look
saw a
forward
lot of
to.
people there greeting the president. Again, very popular.
Very popular.
Bit farewell.
Jokowi is indeed the people's president.
Yeah.
Earlier, we also saw at the MPR building, I believe, was Sanana Gusmao from Timor-Leste, hugged warmly with Prabowo Subianto. They had a huge hug together, which is a good sign. We see the relationship between Indonesia and Timor-Leste going very well indeed.
Yeah, as we said, that Prabowo is an international personality.
Right.
Yes, and Sanana Gusmao is a very friendly leader indeed.
Yeah.
Very warm.
Very warm indeed.
Oh, it's the NPR complex?
Yes.
Yes.
We're
I
seeing
think
in the screen.
President Joko Widodo
So we
is
just
entering
arrived.
the main entrance of the MPR building.
I think we're.
Oh, I think that was maybe the first.
Yeah.
His entourage, Jokowi's
Oh,
entourage,
okay.
entering the building. Joko is almost there.
Joko is still on the road.
Still on the road.
Yeah. You see a lot of people there, early morning joggers, people who are just standing by to wait for the president.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see thousands of people flock into the street.
How significant is this moment, Mbak Fifi, to show to the world this inauguration day where people are celebrating, jovially, everybody is looking very happy. The two presidents from different administration, the former and the upcoming, also in a very amicable manner. How important is this to show to the
No,
world?
but rightly so. I mean, we mentioned about how it is a peaceful transition.
Yeah.
What we need to take into account is that not every country has that privilege of having peaceful transition. We've seen different experiences from different countries. Some were a totally chaotic transition period.
Yeah.
And we also need to remember this has been an 8-month transition period, which is I think one of the longest in history ever.
that's true.
If you look at different countries, in the UK, for example, once there's a new leader, the next day he takes office.
I
Like
think it's on the
definitely
same
next
day.
day. Exactly.
The prime minister has to move out from Downing Street, right?
Yes. So I think we need to be thankful as well for this, even though it's been a long transition period, it has been very peaceful as well.
Yeah. I completely agree with that. Even in the U.S., we saw what happened on January 6th when the transition from the previous administration did not go as well.
Exactly.
And right now on the screen, we're seeing Vice President
Yeah.
Maruf Amin and Mrs. Maruf Amin entering the NPR building, greeted by Prabowo Subianto.
Maruf Amin as vice president is probably, again, one of those vice presidents that have taken a more domestic role throughout the vice presidency. Previously, he is known more as a religious leader.
Religious leader in Indonesia. And definitely you can see that the
I love
ornaments.
this approach, yeah, getting the
design.
outdoors indoors.
Yes,
Yeah.
the interior, the design. Yeah.
Very tropical setting inside the NPR building. It's like
But
a
very
tropical-
difficult to maintain, I
Yeah,
would assume.
yeah. I'm sure. So Prabowo Subianto is playing quite the host so far, greeting each and every state guest, also greeting Maruf Amin
Anwar
just now.
Ibrahim. It's Anwar Ibrahim.
This is Anwar Ibrahim,
Yes.
Prime Minister of Malaysia, a very good friend of Indonesia. Anwar Ibrahim in particular is very close to Indonesia
Yes.
during all of his political journey as opposition earlier and now as Prime Minister. And of course, a very important ally to Indonesia
Indonesia.
as well.
So as we can see, President Jokowi is still on the road.
Yeah, his convoy is still
Still
cruising the empty
cruising.
streets of Jakarta.
Yes. Because the ceremony is scheduled to
Yeah.
start at 10 a.m. sharp
Okay.
this morning. So it's around 15 minutes to the ceremony starts.
Okay. As you can see, there were a lot of rerouting done
Yeah.
today to ensure safety of the convoy. And again, we are also very blessed to have such good weather today.
Yes. It's a
Bright
bright day
skies.
on
Yeah,
this
it's a bright
historical
day.
moment of Indonesia.
Perfect time, perfect weather to celebrate later on with your friends and families at those different spots
Right.
organized by the Jakartan government. Now this will be the last trip that Jokowi will take to the MPR building.
As president.
Yeah,
of
as
the
president.
As president.
Republic of Indonesia.
You cannot help but wonder as well, how is he feeling right now
Yeah.
inside with the First Lady, you know, savoring
Yeah.
this last minutes.
Can he sleep well last night?
Or did he even sleep last night?
Yes, there's also a lot of questions about his role in the upcoming administration.
That's
Although
right, yeah.
publicly he had said he wants to go back to Solo to enjoy
to
a quiet
retire in
life. But
Solo.
there's also some people that are saying that he might be given a position as advisor in the next administration. It's also been discussed, I think, in international media as well. What's the outlook on this for the international audience, Mbak Fifi?
No, I think the attention has been more towards this sort of position never exists in Indonesia. It doesn't exist yet.
Okay.
So there is this sort of like interesting portrayal if a non-existent position was created for him specifically for reasons that we don't quite understand yet. So there is this all question surrounding this idea. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I think with or without those formal positions,
Yeah.
Pak Jokowi will still be an influential person in Indonesia. So I don't think Pak Jokowi should worry about formal position. I mean,
Okay.
former president, two-term, you know,
Okay.
relatively stable, you know. Very.
So you think he'll still be active in politics?
In my view, yes.
Okay.
But even though
Yeah.
They do not.
he decide not to be active in politics, he'll still be very influential. For
Yeah.
example, leading social organizations,
Yes.
for example.
Yeah.
Well,
and the
we
fact that
now-
his family members are also still in
Yes, so
government.
politics now.
Yeah.
And now we'll see Jokowi's entourage is entering the MPR building.
Okay.
Well, maybe final statement from Pak Wijaya and Bu Vivi about this. Pak Wijaya first, maybe. How do you see this? Jokowi is now entering, and then this whole process. Maybe final statement from you.
Again, I think finally we reached the time. I would like to congratulate and thanks to Pak Jokowi for the leadership over the last 10 years. Whatever it is, we have to be very thankful. Of course, there's a lot of homework the coming government have to focus on, have to work on. But again, I'm quite optimistic that Indonesia will be better in the next 5 years or 10 years. Hopefully.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we, of course, we look very much forward to the new government, what it brings to Indonesia. And I think Indonesia is only going to be a even more important country in the future. So the kind of leadership that Prabowo will have, I think will also have a huge impact on Indonesia's presence globally. And I think that's something we look forward to.
All right. Thank you, Mbak Vivi and Pak Wijayanto, for ending our conversation in such an optimistic note.
Yeah.
It's a
Very
pleasure to have you here
insightful,
with us.
optimistic, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So later we will also discuss on the aspect of digital technology as well as clean energy with our other guest who will also later join us here on TVRI World in the studio here in Jakarta with us.
Yeah. And
now we see
Jokowi is already.
Joko Widodo is greeted by the representatives of MPR and previously greeted by Prabowo Subianto, the new elect president of Republic Indonesia.
And you also see Mas Didit, Prabowo's son, on screen. So once again, Ibu Syafia F. Muhibat, Deputy Executive Director for Research Center for Strategic and International Studies, and also Pak Wijayanto Samirin, Senior Economist from Paramadina University. Thank you very much for your time in this Sunday morning, so early in the morning.
Please enjoy the rest of your Sunday, Mbak Vivi.
Thank you very much for your time for us today.
All right, we're nearing the moment that we've been waiting for as Jokowi now enters the MPR Assembly Hall.
Yeah. Now we also see the Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka.
Yeah, we finally see him.
Yes, finally we see him.
I think he was seated in the VIP room earlier.
Right, yeah.
All smiles, bright smiles all around. Just
And
always
all,
a good sign.
Yes, and all optimistic for the future of Indonesia.
Yes. Oh, they're taking a group picture now. Masih bisa. Oh, okay.
Oh, did he?
Well, you're still with us on the special report on the inauguration of President and Vice President of Indonesia. And in the studio, we are now accompanied by our new two experts, Bapak Fabi Tumiwa, Executive Director of the Institute for Essential Services Reform, and also Pak Baraka Kugitama, Digital Tech Practitioner. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Well,
Good morning.
Thank
Pleasure
you
to
for
be here.
joining us on this historical day, a new chapter for Indonesia. I'm sure you both are also very excited, but maybe you can tell us how exactly you're feeling right now as we are in the cusp of a new administration. You've been watching the proceedings from the TV and the VIP room, right, Fabi? Please tell us, what do you think of this day?
Well, I think it's an exciting day for all of us, right? We will have a new president very, very soon.
Yes.
So I'm excited as a citizen, but also we are also, as a country, we are in the middle of not so good situation if you look at the economy, for instance, right?
Still many homeworks.
Yeah.
I mean, we are better than other country, but for sure, there's a lot of homework that needs to be done by the next president, and we'll see how he's going to address this issue, and we will hear. I mean, I'm more excited to know who's going to help him as ministers
in the cabinet.
that he going to announce, right?
Yes.
That's right.
This evening, perhaps.
So
we wanna know who's gonna be ministers that could help him revive the economy, as well as give confidence to the people of Indonesia.
How about you, Mas Bara? Have you seen the ceremony so far? Yeah, how do you think?
Yeah, for me, I think it's exciting too. Also to see the new cabinet, the new president, and then for me, I think I'm looking forward to see the new ministers.
Yes.
Who going to be a minister in all of the ministries, and I think it is exciting too to see all maybe new program that will be introduced by the new this new government. So I think it's a new fresh start for our country, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So as a young representative, and then we'll also be having millennial vice presidents, you are optimistic, confident of the future of Indonesia will be much better.
I think it is a new start, and having a millennial as vice president could beneficial for us too, in terms of young people hope and young people idea that our voice is going to be heard in this government.
All right.
Yeah, exciting to know.
Of course, we're still waiting for the oath ceremony to take place. Now, while we wait, Pak Fabi, I will love to pick your brain on the issue of clean energy and energy transition. You mentioned earlier that you are very curious to find out who the ministers are going to be. In particular, I'm sure it's the minister that will handle environment issues and energy issues.
Yes.
So maybe we can do a little bit of a short assessment of the previous administration. What have been our accomplishments and what is our biggest homework so far?
Yeah, if we look from the energy perspective, of course, when Jokowi came to power in 2014, he faced quite dire situations when it comes to energy supply, and we had energy crisis. I still remember that we had some blackouts in the many part of Indonesia, especially in eastern part of Indonesia. At the time, electricity ratio, I think the access of electricity of Indonesian people is around 80%. And also at the time, we are facing a number of fuel crisis. Fuel is not easy to get in many parts of Indonesia. So, I mean, there's a long line, a queue in the pump station, for instance. We have saw that. He also face a huge amount of fiscal burden for subsidy.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the situation that Jokowi faced when he started 10 years ago. If you look at today, I think there's a couple of good things, right? First is that electricity ratio, access of electricity close to 100%, 99%, I think, from around 82, 83%. So it's a big, and Indonesia is a big country.
Increase.
Quite significant, and you can see that in many parts.
Does this mean electricity for home also, for home use?
Yes, I mean for
the people.
For every household, I think it's reached like 99%. Although we still see that there's a gap between the quality of supply, of course. Java and outside Java is still there, but in terms of access to electricity, I think now 90% of the household already have it. We also see that fuel access, fuel can be accessed. I remember Pak Jokowi for fuels, right? So from Aceh to Papua, and I think that's really very important because
quite infamous before that how expensive fuel was in Papua.
Expensive fuel in Papua, right? So that's a nice thing. The other thing we also see that in terms of supply of energy now we are sufficient. Electricity is sufficient. In 2015. To respond of the potential electricity crisis, Pak Jokowi ordered to build 35,000 gigawatt of power generation. Was mainly coal, but I mean we see now there are more. We have sufficient electricity supply.
Well, Fabi, I think we have to cut short a little bit. It's about to start, and we'll go to the MPR building right now to witness the ceremony.
Mengheningkan Cipta dipimpin oleh Ketua MPR RI.
Marilah kita menundukkan kepala seraya berdoa kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa. Semoga arwah para pahlawan bangsa yang telah mendahulu kita mendapatkan tempat terbaik, dan semoga kita semua diberi kekuatan untuk melanjutkan perjuangannya. Mengheningkan cipta Mulai. Selesai.
Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Yang kami hormati, Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2019-2024, Bapak Joko Widodo. Beserta Ibu Iriana Joko Widodo. Yang kami hormati, Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2019-2024, Bapak Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin. Beserta Ibu Hajah Wuri Estu Ma'ruf Amin. Yang kami hormati, Presiden Republik Indonesia terpilih, masa jabatan 2024 sampai dengan 2029 Bapak Jenderal Raka Buming Raka beserta Ibu Selvi Ananda Putri. Yang kami hormati Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-6, Bapak Profesor Dr. Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Haji Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Yang kami hormati Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-6, Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Haji Tri Sutrisno. Yang kami hormati Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-10 dan ke-12, Bapak Haji Muhammad Yusuf Kalla. Yang kami hormati Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-11, Bapak Profesor Dr. Budiono. Yang kami hormati Ibu Dr. Anda Sinta Nuriyah Abdurrahman Wahid. Yang kami hormati Ibu Hajah Soraya Hamzahas. Para Wakil Ketua Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat, Ketua dan para Wakil Ketua Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat, Ketua dan para Wakil Ketua Dewan Perwakilan Daerah, Ketua lembaga-lembaga negara, para Ketua Umum Partai Politik yang hadir. Izinkan kami perkenalkan satu persatu. Ketua Umum Partai Golkar, Dr. Bahlil Lahadalia. Ketua Umum Partai Gerindra yang diwakili oleh Bapak Hasim Joyo Hadikusumo. Ketua Umum Partai Nasdem, Dr. Honoris Causa Dr. Andes Haji Surya Paloh. Ketua Umum Partai Kebangkitan Bangsa, Dr. Honoris Causa Umum Partai Kebangkitan Bangsa, Dr. Honoris Causa Dr. Andes Abdul Muhaimin Iskandar. Presiden Partai Keadilan Sejahtera, Haji Ahmad Syekhu. Ketua Umum Partai Amanat Nasional, Dr. Haji Zulkifli Hasan. Dan Ketua Umum Partai Demokrat, Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono. Yang kami muliakan, para kepala negara, kepala pemerintahan, serta utusan khusus dari negara-negara sahabat. Yang mulia para duta besar dan kepala perwakilan negara-negara sahabat, ketua dan anggota Komisi Pemilihan Umum, ketua Badan Pengawas Pemilihan Umum, ketua Dewan Kehormatan Penyelenggara Pemilihan Umum, Jaksa Agung, Panglima TNI, Kepala Kepolisian Republik Indonesia, para Kepala Staf Angkatan, Saudara Anies Rashid Baswedan, dan Saudara Abdul Muhaimin Iskandar, serta Saudara Ganjar Pranowo sebagai pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden dalam kontestasi pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Para insan pers, media cetak dan elektronik dalam dan luar negeri, para tamu undangan teristimewa, seluruh rakyat Indonesia dimanapun saudara berada. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan syukur kehadirat Allah. Pada hari ini kita dapat menyelenggarakan sidang paripurna Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat dengan agenda tunggal pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2024-2029. Sidang majelis dan hadirin yang berbahagia, sesuai dengan catatan daftar hadir yang disampaikan oleh Sekretariat Jenderal, sampai dengan saat ini telah hadir 709 anggota MPR dari 731 anggota MPR. Dengan demikian, berdasarkan ketentuan pasal 99 huruf C Peraturan Tata Tertib MPR, sidang telah memenuhi syarat untuk dibuka dan quorum telah tercapai. Dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, sidang Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat secara resmi kami buka dan dinyatakan huruf C Peraturan Tata Tertib MPR, sidang telah memenuhi syarat untuk dibuka dan quorum telah tercapai. Dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, sidang Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat secara resmi kami buka dan dinyatakan terbuka untuk umum. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang kami muliakan. Sebagai insan yang beriman, marilah kita senantiasa bersyukur kehadirat Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, atas limpahan dan karunia-Nya yang selalu dilimpahkan kepada kita. Sholawat dan salam, marilah kita senantiasa dilimpahkan kepada Nabi kita Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Pada hari ini, kita akan melaksanakan pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia terpilih hasil pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Hari ini adalah hari yang membahagiakan bagi kita semua, bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia, karena hari ini bangsa Indonesia kembali menorehkan tinta emas dalam sejarah perjalanan bangsa, yaitu berlangsungnya pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden hasil pilihan rakyat Indonesia. Sidang majelis dan hadirin yang kami muliakan, pilihan yang kita jalani telah berhasil dengan baik. Dan kita telah bersama-sama menyaksikan demokrasi berjalan, dan itu adalah anugerah yang patut kita syukuri. Kita harus merayakan setiap langkah yang telah kita ambil dalam proses ini. Mari kita terus berjalan, mari kita terus menjaga semangat ini, menebar rasa syukur, dan bersatu demi masa depan yang lebih baik. Kami yakin rakyat Indonesia di seluruh pelosok tanah air, mulai dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dari Miangas sampai Pulau Rote, bahkan di seluruh dunia saat ini tengah menyaksikan prosesi pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia yang akan segera kita laksanakan. Hadirin sidang majelis yang berbahagia, pada hari ini bangsa Indonesia akan memulai lembaran baru dalam kehidupan pemerintahan dan kenegaraan. Pemilihan umum tahun 2024 telah menghasilkan kepemimpinan nasional yang baru, yakni Presiden Prabowo Subianto dan Wakil Presiden Gibran Raka Buming Raka. Sebelum memulai masa jabatannya memimpin bangsa dan negara, Presiden dan Wakil Presiden terpilih mengucapkan sumpah atau janji. Sesuai amanat pasal 9 ayat 1 Undang-Undang Dasar Negara Republik Indonesia tahun 1945 yang menyatakan sebelum memangku jabatannya, Presiden dan Wakil Presiden bersumpah menurut agama atau berjanji dengan sungguh-sungguh di hadapan Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat. Sehubungan dengan itu, berdasarkan ketentuan pasal 121 ayat 3 Peraturan MPR nomor 1 tahun 2024 tentang tata tertib, Ketua Komisi Pemilihan Umum membacakan keputusan KPU nomor 504 tahun 2024 tentang penetapan pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden terpilih dalam pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Kepada Saudara Ketua KPU, kami persilahkan.
Keputusan Komisi Pemilihan Umum nomor 504 tahun 2024 tentang penetapan pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden terpilih dalam pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Ketua Komisi Pemilihan Umum menimbang dan seterusnya, mengingat dan seterusnya, memutuskan, menetapkan keputusan Komisi Pemilihan Umum tentang penetapan pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden terpilih dalam pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Kesatu, menetapkan pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden nomor urut 2 Haji Prabowo Subianto dan Gibran Raka Buming Raka sebagai pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden terpilih periode tahun 2024-2029 dalam pemilihan umum tahun 2024 dengan perolehan suara sebanyak 96.214.691 atau 58,59% dari total suara sah nasional dan memenuhi sedikitnya 20% suara di setiap provinsi yang tersebar di 38 provinsi dari 38 provinsi di Indonesia. Kedua, keputusan ini mulai berlaku pada tanggal ditetapkan di Jakarta pada tanggal 24 April 2024. Komisi Pemilihan Umum ditandatangani. Salinan sesuai dengan aslinya, Sekjen Komisi Pemilihan Umum tertanda Bernard Dermawan Sutrisno. Jakarta pada tanggal 24 April 2024. Ketua Komisi Pemilihan Umum ditandatangani. Salinan sesuai dengan aslinya, Sekjen Komisi Pemilihan Umum tertanda Bernard Dermawan Sutrisno.
Terima kasih kepada Saudara Ketua Komisi Pemilihan Umum yang telah membacakan petikan keputusan KPU. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang kami muliakan. Selanjutnya, marilah kita ikuti bersama dengan hikmat pelaksanaan pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden hasil pemilihan umum 2024 yang akan bersumpah menurut agama Islam di hadapan sidang paripurna Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat dan dilanjutkan dengan penandatanganan berita acara pelantikan. Kepada para petugas, kami persilahkan.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Persiapan pengucapan Sumpah Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia. Presiden terpilih Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden terpilih Republik Indonesia dimohon menuju tempat yang telah ditentukan. Pengucapan Sumpah Presiden Republik Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Demi Allah, saya bersumpah akan memenuhi kewajiban Presiden Republik Indonesia dengan sebaik-baiknya dan seadil-adilnya, memegang teguh Undang-Undang Dasar dan menjalankan segala undang-undang dan peraturannya dengan selurus-lurusnya, serta berbakti kepada nusa dan bangsa.
Pengucapan Sumpah Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Demi Allah, saya bersumpah akan memenuhi kewajiban Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia dengan sebaik-baiknya dan seadil-adilnya, memegang teguh Undang-Undang Dasar dan menjalankan segala undang-undang dan peraturannya dengan selurus-lurusnya, serta berbakti kepada nusa dan bangsa.
Rohaniwan disilakan kembali ke tempat semula. Persiapan penandatanganan berita acara pelantikan. Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia serta pimpinan MPR disilakan menuju meja penandatanganan. Penandatanganan berita acara pelantikan oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia. Selanjutnya, penandatanganan berita acara oleh pimpinan MPR RI.
Signing of documents after Prabowo and Gibran saying their oaths, swearing in their oaths.
So
Just
congratulations,
a moment ago.
Indonesia. We have a new
president and vice president.
Congratulations for all of us.
Yes.
So now they're signing the documents that will officiate and legalize
So officially,
the ceremony.
they step into the new presidential
Yeah.
and vice presidential for the next 5 years period.
5 years.
Yeah.
So finally, we can say now, President Prabowo, not President-elect once again.
Not
President
anymore, yes.
Prabowo
President
and
Prabowo.
Vice President Gibran.
Raka Buming Raka.
So maybe to Mas Bara, Pak Bara, how do you see this moment personally?
Okay, again, I think it's great to see a new president, a new vice president, and then for me, myself, again, it's a great start, a fresh start for our new government. Whether maybe we may see another a lot new project from them, and then I'm excited to see
what's ahead of us, yeah, projects and maybe programs. So now the documents is already signed.
Yeah, officially.
Officially signed.
Officially
Yes.
president now.
President of
Already
Republic
handed over,
Indonesia.
right?
President Prabowo and Vice President Gibran.
Now they will embark in their new roles as the leaders of this great country.
Yes.
The fourth biggest democracy in the world. The fourth most populous country in the world.
Yep. Indeed.
The biggest economy in ASEAN.
That's right.
And one of the big players in Asia. And hopefully will be taking even bigger roles in the international landscape. So there's Prabowo Subianto's family. Some of them are wiping tears.
Tears there.
Yes. It's an emotional moment.
So yeah, congratulations to our new president, Bapak Prabowo Subianto, and his vice president, Gibran Rakabuming Raka.
Now the whole NPR is giving their biggest applause for new leaders. President Joko Widodo extending his congratulations as well.
And now we must say, not President Jokowi again, but maybe the seventh president of Indonesia.
Or former president of Republic Indonesia.
Joko Widodo.
Oh, they switch seat.
Yeah.
Yes, now they're switching seats. Yes. And later in the evening, after these inaugurations, the new president and vice president will also have gala dinner with special envoys, delegates from overseas.
Rasa syukur kita telah menyaksikan upacara pengucapan Sumpah Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia hasil pemilihan umum 2024. Dengan telah diucapkannya sumpah tersebut, maka mulai saat ini, Bapak Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan, Haji Prabowo Subianto, dan Bapak Gibran Rakabuming Raka adalah Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia untuk masa jabatan 2024-2029. Oleh karena itu, kami mengajak sidang yang mulia dan hadirin yang terhormat untuk memberi tepuk tangan yang meriah sebagai tanda penghormatan atas dilantiknya Presiden dan Wakil Presiden untuk masa jabatan 2024-2029. Atas nama pimpinan dan anggota Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat Republik Indonesia serta seluruh rakyat Indonesia, kami mengucapkan selamat kepada Bapak Prabowo Subianto dan Bapak Gibran Rakabuming Raka yang telah memperoleh kepercayaan rakyat sebagai Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia untuk melaksanakan amanat rakyat, bangsa dan negara dalam kurun waktu 5 tahun yang akan datang, terhitung sejak 20 Oktober 2024 sampai dengan 20 Oktober 2029 yang akan datang. Kami berharap Bapak Prabowo dan Bapak Gibran Rakabuming Raka dapat membawa visi besar, kebijakan dan program-program yang pro rakyat. Mari kita ciptakan Indonesia yang lebih adil, sejahtera, berdaya saing, di mana setiap lapisan masyarakat merasa dihargai dan terlibat. Bersama-sama kita bisa mengukir prestasi demi kemajuan bangsa. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang berbahagia. Di bawah kepemimpinan Presiden Joko Widodo dan Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin, pembangunan di segala sektor telah berhasil. Indonesia berhasil menghadapi berbagai tantangan berat, mulai dari pandemi COVID-19, gejolak geopolitik global, hingga perubahan iklim. Meski diterpa berbagai macam ketidakpastian, kondisi politik dan ekonomi Indonesia tetap stabil dan mampu tumbuh secara berkelanjutan. Dalam hubungan internasional, situasi global yang semakin kompleks, salah satu isu yang ditangani secara tepat adalah perjuangan rakyat Palestina untuk mendapatkan kemerdekaan dan hak asasi mereka. Kita semua tahu bahwa Palestina bukan hanya masalah regional, tetapi juga merupakan persoalan kemanusiaan yang membutuhkan perhatian dan dukungan kita semua. Sebagai bangsa yang menjunjung tinggi prinsip keadilan dan kemanusiaan, Indonesia memiliki tanggung jawab moral yang terus mendukung perjuangan rakyat Palestina. Melalui diplomasi yang aktif, kita dapat memberikan suara kepada mereka yang terpinggirkan, serta mendorong komunitas internasional untuk bersatu dalam upaya mendukung hak-hak rakyat Palestina. Oleh karena itu, kepada Presiden Prabowo Subianto, melalui mimbar yang terhormat ini, kami berharap agar dapat melanjutkan komitmen perjuangan ini, menjadikan dukungan terhadap kemerdekaan Palestina sebagai bagian dari kebijakan politik luar negeri kita. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang kami muliakan. Atas nama pimpinan dan anggota Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat, kami mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada Presiden ke-7, Bapak Joko Widodo, dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-13, Bapak Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin. Atas pengabdiannya kepada masyarakat, bangsa dan negara. Semoga amal Bapak mendapatkan ridho dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Tidak lupa kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Ibu Hajah Iriana Joko Widodo dan Ibu Hajah Huri Estu Ma'ruf Amin yang dengan penuh kesetiaan mendampingi Bapak Jokowi dan Bapak Ma'ruf Amin. Sidang majelis dan hadirin yang kami muliakan. Selanjutnya, untuk memenuhi ketentuan pasal 121 ayat 6 Peraturan MPR nomor 1 tahun 2024 tentang tata tertib MPR yang menyatakan setelah mengucapkan sumpah janji Presiden dan Wakil Presiden, Presiden menyampaikan pidato awal masa jabatan. Oleh karena itu, kini tibalah saatnya kita mendengarkan pidato awal masa jabatan Presiden dalam sidang paripurna ini.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita sekalian. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu Rahayu. Yang saya hormati dan yang saya muliakan, Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2014-2024, Bapak Insinyur Joko Widodo beserta Ibu Iriana Joko Widodo. Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2019-2024, Bapak Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin beserta Ibu Hajah Wuri Estu Ma'ruf Amin. Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2024-2029, Saudara Gibran Rakabuming Raka beserta Ibu Selvi Ananda Putri. Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-6, Bapak Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Profesor Dr. Haji Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Wakil Presiden ke-6 Republik Indonesia, Bapak Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Tri Sutrisno. Wakil Presiden ke-10 dan ke-12 Republik Indonesia, Bapak Haji Muhammad Yusuf Kalla. Wakil Presiden ke-11 Republik Indonesia, Bapak Profesor Dr. Budiono. Ibu Dr. Anda Sinta Nuriyah Abdurrahman Wahid. Ibu Soraya Hamzahas. Ketua Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat Bapak Ahmad Muzani dan para Wakil Ketua Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat yang saya hormati. Ketua dan para Wakil Ketua Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat, Ketua dan para Wakil Ketua Dewan Perwakilan Daerah, Ketua lembaga-lembaga negara, para Ketua Umum Partai Politik, Ketua Umum Partai Golkar, Saudara Dr. Bahlil Lahadalia. Ketua Umum Partai Gerindra yang diwakili oleh Hashim Joyo Hadikusumo. Ketua Umum Partai Nasdem, Bapak Dr. Andes Haji Surya Paloh. Ketua Umum Partai Kebangkitan Bangsa, Bapak Dr. Andes Haji Abdul Muhaimin Iskandar. Presiden Partai Keadilan Sejahtera, Bapak Haji Ahmad Saiku. Ketua Umum Partai Amanat Nasional, Bapak Dr. Haji Zulkifli Hasan. Ketua Umum Partai Demokrat, Saudara Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono. Ketua dan anggota Komisi Pemilihan Umum, Ketua Badan Pengawas Pemilihan Umum, Ketua Dewan Kehormatan Penyelenggaraan Pemilihan Umum, Jaksa Agung, Panglima TNI, Kapolri, para Kepala Staf Angkatan, Saudara Anies Rashid Baswedan, dan Saudara Abdul Muhaimin Iskandar. Saudara Ganjar Pranowo dan Saudara Profesor Dr. Mahfud MD. Sebagai pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden pada kontestasi pemilihan umum presiden dan wakil presiden tahun 2024 yang baru lalu. Saudara-saudara, insan pers, media cetak, dan media elektronik dalam dan luar negeri, para tamu undangan dan teristimewa, saudara-saudaraku, seluruh rakyat Indonesia, saudara-saudara sebangsa dan setanah air dimanapun engkau berada. Sebagai insan yang bertakwa, marilah kita tidak henti-hentinya memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Besar. Kita masih diberi kesehatan, dapat hadir di majelis yang baik ini dan melaksanakan tugas konstitusi kita dengan baik dan aman. Saudara-saudara, hari ini kita mendapat kehormatan yang sangat besar pada acara pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia. Hari ini kita dihadiri 19 kepala negara dan kepala pemerintahan, serta 15 utusan khusus negara-negara sahabat lainnya. Tokoh-tokoh dari negara sahabat ini terbang dari tempat yang jauh di tengah kesibukan mereka, di tengah banyak masalah yang dihadapi. Mereka datang ke sini untuk menghormati bangsa dan rakyat Indonesia. Dan karena itu, atas nama seluruh bangsa dan rakyat Indonesia, saya ucapkan penghargaan terima kasih yang setinggi-tingginya kepada semua kepala pemerintah, kepala negara, dan perwakilan negara-negara sahabat yang hadir di sini. Yang saya hormati dan saya muliakan, Sultan dan yang di Pertuan Negara Brunei Darussalam Paduka Sri Baginda Sultan Hasanal Bolkiah Muizzaddin Wadaulah Ibni Omar Ali Saifuddin Saadul Khairi Wa'idin. Presiden Republik Filipina yang mulia Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. beserta Ibu Luis Araneta Marcos. Perdana Menteri Kerajaan Kamboja yang mulia Samdech Moha Borfor Tipadai Hun Manet. Perdana Menteri Republik Korea yang mulia Han Duck-soo. Perdana Menteri Malaysia yang mulia Datuk Seri Haji Anwar Ibrahim. Perdana Menteri Negara Merdeka Papua New Guinea yang mulia James Marape MP. Perdana Menteri Republik Serbia yang mulia Milos Vucevic. Perdana Menteri Republik Singapura yang mulia Lawrence Wong beserta Ibu Lu Tse Lui. Perdana Menteri Kepulauan Solomon yang mulia Jeremiah Manele MP. Perdana Menteri Republik Demokratik Timor Leste yang mulia Sanana Gusmao. Perdana Menteri Republik Vanuatu yang mulia Charlotte Salwai Tabi Masmas beserta Ibu Mari Justin Salwai. Wakil Presiden Republik Rakyat Tiongkok yang mulia Han Zheng. Wakil Presiden Republik Demokratik Rakyat Laos yang mulia Pani Yatoyu. Wakil Presiden Republik Sosialis Vietnam yang mulia Vo Thi An Duan. Wakil pertama Perdana Menteri Federasi Rusia yang mulia Denis Manturov. Wakil Perdana Menteri merangkap Menteri Pertahanan Qatar Dr. Khalid bin Muhammad Al Attiyah. Wakil Perdana Menteri merangkap Menteri Pertahanan Australia yang mulia Richard Marles MP. Wakil Perdana Menteri Selandia Baru Yang Mulia Winston Peters, Wakil Perdana Menteri sekaligus Menteri Transportasi Kerajaan Thailand Yang Mulia Surya Jungrung Riankit, Utusan khusus dan mantan Presiden Republik Federal Jerman Yang Mulia Christian Wulff, Utusan khusus Putra Mahkota Kerajaan Arab Saudi, Menteri Negara Urusan Luar Negeri Yang Mulia Adel bin Ahmed Al Jubair, Utusan khusus Presiden Persatuan Emirat Arab, Menteri Toleransi dan Koeksistensi Yang Mulia Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan, Utusan khusus Presiden Republik Arab Mesir, Menteri Wakaf Yang Mulia Osama Al Azhari, Utusan khusus Presiden Turkiye, Menteri Pertahanan Yang Mulia Jenderal Yasar Guler, Utusan khusus Perdana Menteri Kerajaan Britania Raya dan Irlandia Utara, Menteri Luar Negeri Yang Mulia David Lammy MP, Utusan khusus Presiden Amerika Serikat, Wakil Tetap Amerika Serikat untuk PBB Yang Mulia Linda Thomas Greenfield, Sekretaris Jenderal Muslim Council of Elders Yang Mulia Muhammad Abdul Salam, Utusan khusus Perdana Menteri Republik India, Menteri Luar Negeri Yang Mulia Pabitra Margherita, Utusan khusus Kerajaan Yordan, Menteri Luar Negeri Yang Mulia Dr. Nancy Namruka, Utusan khusus Perdana Menteri Jepang, mantan Menteri Luar Negeri Yang Mulia Komura Masahiko, Utusan khusus Presiden Dewan Menteri Republik Italia, Wakil Menteri Pertahanan Yang Mulia Matteo Perego di Kremnago, Utusan khusus Kanada untuk Indo-Pasifik, Utusan Perdana Menteri Kanada Yang Mulia Ian MacKay, Utusan khusus Presiden Republik Prancis, Utusan khusus Prancis untuk ASEAN Yang Mulia François Corbin. Yang saya muliakan seluruh duta besar serta perwakilan negara-negara sahabat. On behalf of the people of Indonesia, I would like to thank you for your distinguished presence. You honor us by coming all the way in the midst of your very busy schedule to grace us with your presence in our moment of constitutional sovereignty. Saudara-saudara sekalian, beberapa saat yang lalu, di hadapan majelis yang terhormat ini, di hadapan seluruh rakyat Indonesia, dan yang terpenting di hadapan Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, saya, Prabowo Subianto, dan saudara Gibran Rakabuming Raka telah mengucapkan sumpah untuk mempertahankan undang-undang dasar kita, untuk menjalankan semua undang-undang dan peraturan yang berlaku, untuk berbakti pada negara dan bangsa. Sumpah tersebut akan kami jalankan dengan sebaik-baiknya, dengan penuh rasa tanggung jawab dan dengan semua kekuatan yang ada pada jiwa dan raga kami. Kami akan menjalankan kepemimpinan pemerintah Republik Indonesia, kepemimpinan negara dan bangsa Indonesia dengan tulus, dengan mengutamakan kepentingan seluruh rakyat Indonesia, termasuk mereka-mereka yang tidak memilih kami. Kami akan mengutamakan kepentingan bangsa Indonesia, kepentingan rakyat Indonesia di atas segala kepentingan, di atas segala golongan, apalagi kepentingan pribadi kami. Saudara-saudara sekalian, tantangan, rintangan, hambatan, dan ancaman yang dihadapi oleh bangsa Indonesia di tengah dinamika dan pergolatan dunia tidak ringan. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita faham, kita mengerti bahwa karunia yang diberikan oleh Yang Maha Kuasa kepada kita sungguh sangat besar dan sungguh sangat beragam. Kita memiliki luas wilayah daratan dan lautan yang sangat besar. Kita memiliki kekayaan alam yang sangat besar. Kita mengerti bahwa sumber alam ini terdiri dari sumber-sumber alam yang sangat penting untuk kehidupan manusia di abad ke-21 dan seterusnya. Namun, di tengah segala karunia tersebut, di tengah segala kelebihan yang kita miliki, yang memang membuat kita harus menghadapi masa depan dengan optimis, tetapi kita pun harus berani untuk melihat hambatan, tantangan, rintangan, ancaman, dan kesulitan yang ada di hadapan kita. Saya selalu mengajak saudara-saudaraku sebangsa dan setanah air untuk menjadi bangsa yang berani, bangsa yang tidak takut tantangan, bangsa yang tidak takut rintangan, bangsa yang tidak takut ancaman. Saudara-saudara sekalian, sesungguhnya sejarah kita adalah sejarah dengan penuh kepahlawanan, penuh pengorbanan, penuh keberanian. Tidak hanya pemimpin-pemimpin, tapi keberanian rakyat kita menghadapi segala tantangan, bahkan invasi-invasi dari bangsa lain. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita faham dan kita mengerti bahwa kemerdekaan kita bukan hadiah. Kemerdekaan kita dapat dengan pengorbanan yang sangat besar. Saudara-saudara sekalian, dan kita harus faham dan ingat selalu, pengorbanan yang paling besar adalah pengorbanan dari rakyat kita yang paling miskin. Wong cilik yang berjuang, yang memberi makan kepada pejuang-pejuang. Janganlah kita lupa, waktu kita perang kemerdekaan, kita tidak punya anggaran, kita tidak punya APBN, pasukan kita tidak digaji. Siapa yang memberi makan kepada kita? Yang beri makan adalah para petani di desa-desa. Yang beri makan adalah para nelayan. Yang beri makan adalah para pekerja. Terus-menerus mereka yang mendirikan Republik Indonesia. Sekarang saya mengajak saudara-saudara, terutama unsur pimpinan dari semua kalangan, dari kalangan cendekiawan, dari kalangan ulama, dari kalangan pengusaha, dari kalangan pemimpin politik, dari kalangan pemuda dan mahasiswa. Mari kita berani menghadapi tantangan-tantangan tersebut. Saudara-saudara sekalian, tantangan yang besar yang kita hadapi ada yang berasal dari luar kita. Tapi harus kita akui, harus kita berani mengakui, banyak tantangan, banyak kesulitan, banyak rintangan yang berasal dari diri kita sendiri. Ada tantangan-tantangan, kesulitan-kesulitan yang terjadi karena kita kurang waspada. Karena kadang-kadang kita tidak handal dan tidak piawai dalam mengurus kekayaan kita sendiri. Saudara-saudara sekalian, marilah kita berani mawas diri. Marilah kita berani menatap wajah kita sendiri. Dan mari kita berani memperbaiki diri kita sendiri. Marilah kita berani mengoreksi diri kita sendiri. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita harus menghadapi kenyataan bahwa masih terlalu banyak kebocoran, penyelewengan, korupsi di negara kita. Ini adalah yang membahayakan masa depan kita dan masa depan anak-anak kita dan cucu-cucu kita. Kita harus berani mengakui terlalu banyak kebocoran-kebocoran dari anggaran kita, penyimpangan-penyimpangan, kolusi di antara para pejabat politik, pejabat pemerintah di semua tingkatan, dengan pengusaha-pengusaha yang nakal, pengusaha-pengusaha yang tidak patriotik. Janganlah kita takut untuk melihat realita ini. Kita masih melihat sebagian saudara-saudara kita yang belum menikmati hasil kemerdekaan. Terlalu banyak saudara-saudara kita yang berada di bawah garis kemiskinan. Terlalu banyak anak-anak kita yang berangkat sekolah tidak makan pagi. Terlalu banyak anak-anak kita yang tidak punya pakaian untuk berangkat sekolah. Saudara-saudara sekalian. Banyak sekolah-sekolah kita yang tidak terurus. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita harus berani melihat ini semua. Dan kita harus berani menyelesaikan masalah ini semua. Saudara-saudara sekalian, saya mengajak kita semua, marilah kita berani melihat kenyataan. Kita boleh bangga dengan prestasi kita, tapi marilah kita jangan tertegun, jangan terlalu cepat puas, jangan terlalu cepat gembira dengan menutup mata dan hati kita terhadap tantangan-tantangan dan penderitaan saudara-saudara kita. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita tidak boleh memiliki sikap seperti burung unta yang kalau melihat sesuatu yang tidak enak, ia memasukkan kepalanya dalam tanah. Mari kita menatap ancaman dan bahaya dengan gagah. Marilah kita menghadapi kesulitan dengan berani. Saudara-saudara sekalian, marilah kita berhimpun. Marilah kita bersatu untuk mencari solusi-solusi. Mencari jalan keluar dari ancaman dan bahaya tersebut. Saudara-saudara sekalian, saya telah mencanangkan bahwa Indonesia harus segera swasembada pangan dalam waktu yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Kita tidak boleh tergantung sumber makanan dari luar. Dalam krisis, dalam keadaan genting, tidak ada yang akan mengizinkan barang-barang mereka untuk kita beli. Karena itu, tidak ada jalan lain. Dalam waktu yang sesingkat-singkatnya, kita harus mencapai ketahanan pangan. Kita harus mampu memproduksi dan memenuhi kebutuhan pangan seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Saya sudah mempelajari bersama pakar-pakar yang membantu saya. Saya yakin paling lambat 4 sampai 5 tahun kita akan swasembada pangan. Bahkan kita siap menjadi lumbung pangan dunia. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita juga harus swasembada energi. Dalam keadaan ketegangan, dalam keadaan kemungkinan terjadi perang di mana-mana, kita harus siap dengan kemungkinan yang paling jelek. negara-negara lain harus memikirkan kepentingan mereka sendiri. Kalau terjadi hal yang tidak kita inginkan, sulit akan kita dapat sumber energi dari negara lain. Karena itu, kita harus swasembada energi dan kita mampu untuk swasembada energi. Kita diberi karunia oleh Tuhan Maha Besar. Tanaman-tanaman yang membuat kita bisa tidak tergantung bangsa lain. Tanaman-tanaman seperti kelapa sawit bisa menghasilkan solar dan bensin. Kita juga punya tanaman-tanaman lain seperti singkong, tebu, sagu, jagung, dan lain-lain. Kita juga punya energi bawah tanah, geotermal yang cukup. Kita punya batu bara yang sangat banyak. Kita punya energi dari air yang sangat besar. Saudara-saudara sekalian, pemerintah yang saya pimpin nanti akan fokus untuk mencapai swasembada energi. Kita juga harus mengelola air kita dengan baik. Alhamdulillah kita punya sumber air yang cukup dan kita sudah punya teknologi menghasilkan air yang murah dan yang bisa memenuhi kebutuhan kita. Saudara-saudara sekalian, juga semua subsidi, bantuan kepada rakyat kita yang masih dalam keadaan susah, harus kita yakin subsidi-subsidi itu sampai kepada mereka yang butuhkan. Kita harus berani meneliti dan kalau perlu kita robah subsidi itu harus kepada langsung keluarga-keluarga yang membutuhkan itu. Dengan teknologi digital kita akan mampu sampai subsidi itu sampai ke setiap keluarga yang membutuhkan. Tidak boleh aliran-aliran bantuan itu tidak sampai ke mereka yang butuh itu. Saudara-saudara, anak-anak kita semua harus bisa makan bergizi minimal 1 kali sehari. Dan itu akan kita lakukan dan itu bisa kita lakukan, saudara-saudara sekalian. Selain itu, menjamin melindungi mereka yang paling lemah untuk mencapai kesejahteraan sejati, kemakmuran yang sebenarnya. Kita harus melakukan hilirisasi kepada semua komoditas yang kita miliki. Nilai tambah dari semua komoditas itu harus menambah kekuatan ekonomi kita sehingga rakyat kita bisa mencapai tingkat hidup yang sejahtera. Seluruh komoditas kita harus bisa dinikmati oleh seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Saya sudah katakan kita harus berani menghadapi dan memberantas korupsi dengan perbaikan sistem, dengan penegakan hukum yang tegas, dengan digitalisasi. Insya Allah kita akan kurangi korupsi secara signifikan. Tapi ini harus kita lakukan. Seluruh unsur pimpinan harus memberi contoh. Ingarso sing tulodo. Saudara-saudara sekalian, ada pepatah yang mengatakan, kalau ikan menjadi busuk, busuknya mulai dari kepala. Semua pejabat dari semua eselon dan semua tingkatan harus memberi contoh untuk menjalankan kepemimpinan pemerintahan yang sebersih-bersihnya. Mulai dengan contoh dari atas dan sesudah itu penegakan hukum yang tegas dan keras. Saudara-saudara sekalian, semua kita percaya dan kita yakin kita akan punya kekuatan untuk bisa menghilangkan kemiskinan dari bumi Indonesia. Ini sasaran yang berat. Bahkan banyak yang mengatakan bahwa ini sesuatu yang tidak mungkin. Saudara-saudara, pemimpin yang berani, pemimpin yang baik akan terpanggil untuk menghadapi yang tidak mungkin dan mencari jalan agar yang tidak mungkin kita atasi. Bangsa yang berani adalah bangsa yang bisa bikin yang tidak mungkin menjadi mungkin. Saudara-saudara, di tengah itu cita-cita yang begitu besar, yang begitu kita idam-idamkan, kita perlu suasana kebersamaan. Kita perlu suasana persatuan. Kita perlu kolaborasi kerjasama, bukan cekcok yang berkepanjangan. Kita perlu pemimpin-pemimpin yang tidak caci maki, pemimpin-pemimpin yang arif, yang bijaksana, yang mengerti dan cinta budaya dan sejarah bangsa sendiri, yang bangga dengan adab, tradisi, dan adat bangsa kita sendiri. Kita dari sejak dahulu, pemikiran, kehendak, dan rancang bangun pendiri-pendiri bangsa kita, dari sejak awal bangsa ini berdiri, kita ingin menjadi bangsa yang berdemokrasi. Kita menempatkan kedaulatan rakyat setinggi-tingginya. Dalam dasar negara kita, Pancasila, kerakyatan merupakan sendi utama dari kelima sila yang kita junjung tinggi. Kerakyatan yang dipimpin oleh hikmat kebijaksanaan dalam permusyawaratan perwakilan. Kita menghendaki kehidupan demokrasi, tapi marilah kita sadar bahwa demokrasi kita harus demokrasi yang khas untuk Indonesia. Demokrasi yang cocok untuk bangsa kita. Demokrasi yang berasal dari sejarah dan budaya kita. Demokrasi kita harus demokrasi yang santun. Demokrasi di mana berbeda pendapat harus tanpa permusuhan. Demokrasi di mana mengoreksi harus tanpa caci maki. Bertarung tanpa membenci. Bertanding tanpa berbuat curang. Demokrasi kita harus demokrasi yang menghindari kekerasan, yang menghindari adu domba, yang menghindari hasut menghasut. Demokrasi kita harus demokrasi yang sejuk, demokrasi yang damai, demokrasi yang menghindari kemunafikan. Hanya dengan persatuan dan kerjasama kita akan mencapai cita-cita para leluhur bangsa kita. Bangsa yang gemah ripah loh jinawi, toto tentrem kertoro harjo. Bangsa yang baldatun, tojibatun, warobun gofur. Bangsa di mana rakyat cukup pangan, cukup sandang, cukup papan. Cita-cita kita adalah melihat wong cilik iso gemuyu. Wong cilik bisa senyum, bisa ketawa. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita harus ingat bahwa kekuasaan itu adalah milik rakyat. Kedaulatan itu adalah kedaulatan rakyat. Kita berkuasa seizin rakyat. Kita menjalankan kekuasaan harus untuk kepentingan rakyat. Kita harus selalu ingat, setiap pemimpin dalam setiap tingkatan harus selalu ingat, pekerjaan kita harus untuk rakyat. Bukan kita bekerja untuk diri kita sendiri. Bukan kita bekerja untuk kerabat kita. Bukan kita bekerja untuk pemimpin-pemimpin kita. Pemimpin yang harus bekerja untuk rakyat. Saudara-saudara sekalian, Kita harus mengerti selalu, sadar selalu bahwa bangsa yang merdeka adalah bangsa di mana rakyatnya merdeka. Rakyat harus bebas dari ketakutan, bebas dari kemiskinan, bebas dari kelaparan, bebas dari kebodohan, bebas dari penindasan, bebas dari penderitaan. Saudara-saudara sekalian, masih ada saudara-saudara kita usianya di atas 70 tahun masih menarik becak. Ini bukan ciri-ciri bangsa yang merdeka. Hanya kalau kita bisa wujudkan itu, kalau kita bisa wujudkan keadaan di mana rakyat kita sungguh-sungguh merasa dan menikmati kemerdekaan, baru boleh kita sungguh-sungguh puas dan bangga dengan prestasi Indonesia merdeka. Sebelum itu, marilah kita kerja keras. Marilah kita berjuang tanpa menyerah. Mari kita menghimpun dan menjaga semua kekayaan kita. Jangan mau kekayaan kita diambil murah oleh pihak-pihak lain. Saudara-saudara sekalian, semua kekayaan kita harus sebesar-besarnya untuk kepentingan dan kemakmuran rakyat kita. Saudara-saudara, dalam sejarah politik, hal ini mudah diucapkan, tidak mudah untuk kita capai. Tapi kita bisa capai kalau kita bersatu dan bekerja sama. Marilah kita bangun masa depan bersama. Marilah kita menganggap rekan-rekan kita, walaupun berbeda suku, berbeda agama, berbeda partai, berbeda golongan, kita adalah sama-sama anak Indonesia. Bertanding, semangat. Sesudah bertanding, mari kita berhimpun kembali. Presiden Joko Widodo mengalahkan saya berapa kali ya, saya lupa itu. Tapi begitu beliau menang ya, beliau mengajak saya bersatu. Dan saya menerima ajakan itu. Sekarang saya yang menang. Dan saya mengajak semua pihak, ayo bersatu. Saudara-saudara sekalian, dalam menghadapi dunia internasional, Indonesia memilih jalan bebas aktif, non-blok, non-aligned. Kita tidak mau ikut fakta-fakta militer manapun. Kita memilih jalan bersahabat dengan semua negara. Sudah berkali-kali saya cadangkan, Indonesia akan menjalankan politik luar negeri sebagai negara yang ingin menjadi tetangga yang baik. We want to be the good neighbor. Kita ingin menganut filosofi kuno. 1000 kawan terlalu sedikit, 1 lawan terlalu banyak. Saudara-saudara sekalian, dengan demikian kita ingin menjadi sahabat semua negara. Tapi kita punya prinsip. Prinsip kita adalah prinsip anti penjajahan. Karena kita pernah mengalami penjajahan. Kita anti penindasan karena kita pernah ditindas. Kita anti rasialisme. Kita anti apartheid karena kita pernah mengalami apartheid. Waktu kita dijajah, bahkan kita digolongkan lebih rendah dari anjing. Banyak prasasti dan marmer, banyak papan-papan di mana disebut Honden en Inlander verboden. Saya masih lihat prasasti di kolam renang Manggarai tahun 78. Honden en Inlander verboden, saudara-saudara. Karena itu kita punya prinsip, kita harus solider, kita harus membela rakyat-rakyat yang tertindas di dunia ini. Karena itu kita mendukung kemerdekaan rakyat Palestina. Pemerintah Presiden Joko Widodo sudah mengirim banyak bantuan. Hari ini kita punya tim medis yang bekerja di Gaza, di Rafah, dengan risiko yang sangat tinggi. Dokter-dokter kita, perawat-perawat kita sudah bekerja sama di Rafah, di Gaza bersama saudara-saudara kita dari Uni Emirat Arab. Dan kita pun siap untuk mengirim bantuan yang lebih banyak. Dan kita siap untuk evakuasi mereka-mereka yang luka dan anak-anak yang trauma dan korban. Kita siapkan semua rumah sakit tentara kita dan nanti rumah sakit lain untuk membantu saudara-saudara kita yang menjadi korban perang yang tidak adil. Saudara-saudara, kita menjadi bangsa yang harus berterima kasih kepada generasi pembebas, kepada Bung Karno, Bung Hatta, pahlawan-pahlawan yang lain, I Gusti Ngurah Rai, Kapitan Patimura, Sultan Nasruddin, Teku Umar, Cut Nyak semua pahlawan yang tidak bisa kita sebut satu persatu. Tapi mereka yang membayar saham kemerdekaan dengan darah dan air mata mereka. Kita bersyukur kepada Presiden dan Proklamator pertama, Bung Karno, yang telah memberi kepada kita ideologi negara, Pancasila. Yang keluar masuk penjara, dibuang di mana-mana dari sejak muda karena memperjuangkan Indonesia merdeka. Indonesia tidak mau menjadi darah bagi bangsa-bangsa lain. Soekarno, Hatta, Syahrir, semua pendiri bangsa ini berkorban dan telah memimpin kita dengan baik. Kita juga bersyukur kepada Presiden Soeharto yang banyak jasanya dalam menyelamatkan dan mengamankan ideologi Pancasila itu sendiri, yang telah meletakkan dasar bagi Indonesia yang modern. Kita berterima kasih kepada Presiden Habibie yang telah membuat dasar untuk kita meraih dan menguasai ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Kita berterima kasih kepada Presiden Abdurrahman Wahid yang telah memberi contoh toleransi antar agama, antar suku, yang menjunjung tinggi inklusif, Indonesia yang inklusif dan toleran. Kita berterima kasih kepada Presiden Megawati yang menyelesaikan masalah-masalah ekonomi akibat crash tahun 98. Harus diakui, di bawah pemerintah Megawati, masalah perusahaan-perusahaan yang banyak hancur dapat diperbaiki dan diselamatkan. Kita harus berterima kasih kepada Presiden Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono yang memimpin Indonesia di saat krisis yang sangat berat, menghadapi tsunami, menyelesaikan bersama Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala, menyelesaikan pertikaian di Aceh yang sudah berjalan begitu lama. Ini prestasi yang harus kita akui. Saudara-saudara sekalian, mereka semua dengan cara masing-masing memiliki sumbangsih terhadap apa yang sekarang kita nikmati. Negara kesatuan yang utuh, yang berdaulat, yang merdeka, yang terus menjaga dan berjuang untuk kemerdekaan dan keadilan. Saudara-saudara sekalian, sekarang kita ucapkan terima kasih juga kepada Presiden Republik Indonesia yang ke-7. Presiden Joko Widodo dengan Wakil Presiden Profesor Ma'ruf Amin. Terima kasih atas kepemimpinan Bapak. Terima kasih atas kenegarawanan Bapak. Bapak telah menakodai bangsa ini melalui krisis-krisis yang sungguh sangat berat. Jangan kita merasakan hari ini. Ingat waktu COVID, kita bahkan keluar dari rumah kita takut. Saya saksi, saya menterinya beliau, semua pihak dalam dan luar negeri telepon terus, menekan beliau terus, minta lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. Beliau menolak. Beliau berpikir, kalau kita lockdown, bagaimana wong cilik, bagaimana warung Tegal, bagaimana ojol, bagaimana rakyat-rakyat yang makannya dari upah harian. Jangan kita lupa prestasi pemimpin-pemimpin kita. Terima kasih Pak Jokowi, terima kasih Profesor Ma'ruf Amin. Anda telah berjasa, Anda akan dikenang sebagai putra Indonesia yang termasuk terbaik. Saudara-saudara sekalian, akhir kata, saya mohon doa restu saudara-saudara. Mari kita bangun Indonesia di atas landasan yang sudah dirintis oleh pendahulu-pendahulu kita. Mari kita belajar semua kekurangan kita akui dan kita perbaiki. Hentikan dendam, hilangkan kebencian, bangun kerukunan, bangun gotong royong. Itu kepribadian bangsa Indonesia. Itu ajaran Bung Karno sendiri. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kami siap melanjutkan estafet kepimpinan. Kita siap bekerja keras menuju Indonesia Emas, menjadi bangsa yang kuat, merdeka, berdaulat, adil dan makmur. Kita tidak mau mengganggu siapapun, kita tidak mau mengganggu bangsa lain, tapi kita juga tidak akan mengizinkan bangsa manapun untuk mengganggu kita. Semoga Tuhan yang Maha Besar, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, yang memiliki sekalian alam, semoga melindungi kita semua. Semoga menyertai kita semua dalam perjalanan kita, dalam pengabdian kita kepada bangsa, negara, dan rakyat kita. Kita juga berdoa kepada Yang Maha Kuasa agar tamu-tamu agung kita, mereka-mereka yang datang dari jauh, akan kembali ke rumah mereka masing-masing dalam keadaan aman dan dalam keadaan terus bersahabat dengan kita, saudara-saudara sekalian. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Rahayu, Rahayu. Merdeka! 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 Yang tidak teriak merdeka, tidak patriotik. Ulangi.
Right, so together we just witnessed the first speech made by Prabowo Subianto as the president of Indonesia. It was very interesting, yeah, to watch this performance that he just made there on the stage. There was a lot of reconciliatory tone throughout the speech itself, but also it was quite in contrast of what we're used to compared to President Joko Widodo.
Yeah.
So this one is very vibrant, uplifting as well.
Yeah, quite fiery at some point. Yeah. But let's dissect the speech with our guests. Now, Pak Fabi, I would like to get your take on Pak Prabowo's speech, especially on the part when he discussed about energy in Indonesia.
Yeah, as we know, well, this is the speech actually reflect what he stated during the campaign, right? I mean, we know Prabowo Gibran has Astacita, and that's basically his program, the foundation of his program as a president. And one of the very important, and he mentioned, is actually swasembada pangan, so food security and energy security, and also water security. I mean, these three issues very, very important. And he mentions that when we are in the war situations, we have to think about how to fulfill or meet our energy needs. And I think that's actually true. Okay. And we see that he mentioned that Indonesia is blessed with abundant renewable energy resources and also fossil resources. And a part of the strategy, he wants to use that to utilize that to achieve the energy securities. He didn't say when exactly we're going to achieve that, but I mean, when he mentioned about food security, it will achieve in 4 to 5 years. Yes. He didn't say when he's going to achieve energy security, but I think the plan is already there, to my understanding, right? With a number of programs that he mentions, mainly biofuels, to reduce dependencies of fuel import, actually. Yeah.
And to cut.
How about Mas Bara? How's your take? Because President Prabowo, we can say President Prabowo, right?
Yes.
President Prabowo said that with digitalization, he will achieve his targets through digitalization. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's embraced because through digitalization, maybe through data itself, it can covers on the program to be on target, precisely. And if the government could profile the target clearly through digitalization, maybe we can, I mean, the government can penetrate the program, for instance, like the social program, social subsidy program. if we have the data that is accurate, then the program is on target and maybe reach the
He mentioned, in his speech, there were a lot of projects that have not reached the intended targets. Now, how is actually, though, the current data maintaining abilities of the government of Indonesia right now? What do you think is the biggest challenges? Because we've heard quite a few problems in the recent years when it comes to data maintaining and data security as well.
Yeah, I think the challenges is because the data itself is stored in multiple ministries itself. And
there's no single server for a whole unified data for the whole nation. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, to process it. I mean, right now I think the government is on the right track. There's a multiple of presidential decree that that regulates on it. That we want to combine the data stored in each of the ministries, so the government can accurately give a policy by the data that is being given. I think the challenges is to combine in
coordination between the ministries.
Yeah, the coordination of ministries.
Okay.
It's always interesting to go back again to the clean energy perspective, Fabi. So we know that renewable energy is has always been Prabowo's main priorities programs. And he actually also predicts, already instructed actually, to prepare 50% of biodiesel, while now Indonesia is at the 35 biodiesel, and then next year, early next year, we are planning to have the 40 B40 for biodiesel. Yes. So the new president, Prabowo Subianto, predicts to cut fuel imports by $20 billion annually. What's your comment on that?
Well, the biofuel has been a key program for many governments. I mean, since SBY. He's the one that started actually biofuel program back in 2007. And that's because, very interesting, I mean, 2005, 2006, we have the experience that fuel price actually double within 1 year. So we, at that time, we face a daunting subsidies for fuels. And that's where it actually started with the biofuel program back in 2007. And at the time, still low, I think 5%. We also, at the time, it's not only use, later stage, we use CPO, crude palm oil, and also ethanol from sugarcane. But during only during Jokowi, actually we increased that 5% to 10, 20, and now 35. And but if you look at the biodiesel right now, because it's for the biodiesels, we blend the FAME with diesel oil. And we still, right now, I think we are able to no longer import diesel oil, but we still import a lot of gasoline. So the next challenge, actually to replace this gasoline import. And that's also, gasoline can be produced from crude palm oil. But also the government also looking at other sources, actually sugarcane to produce ethanol. Right now, more than 60% of our fuel actually from import. So it is a big, I can say is a daunting task for President Prabowo to replace all of that because our our oil productions keep declining. Last year, it's only around 800,000 barrel per day.
Okay.
It is expected to keep
on decline
over time because of the oil wells is already aged, and it's mature. So it's very difficult to increase that, although the government initially has a target to increase that to 1 million barrel oil per day by 2030. But if we look at the progress until today, it's very, very difficult to reach that. So increasing biofuels, either for biodiesel or bioethanol is one way to reduce that. But again, we need to produce, I think, to reach at least 1 million barrel per day. I mean, that's to supplement the declining of crude oil production in the country.
Palm oil-based biofuel, they need vast land, right, to produce it. So how does that affect food production and how to balance it?
Well, now if we look at the whole palm oil productions, only I think around 30% that being used for biofuels. So the option is first to increase the productivity of land, because in general our productivity for a biofuel is lower compared to Malaysia, for instance. So we need to increase that, and that's need a lot of like a good seed, fertilizers, agricultural practice, right? So it's increase increase the productivity.
So much effort.
Yeah. The second one, of course, increase the land, the plantation, and that's become problematic as well. And we have to also realize that planting palm oil, it's create another environmental issues. And that's actually central critic to Indonesia biofuel program by many countries. Since 10 years ago, there have been effort to set kind of the safeguard for this biofuel palm oil production. So we call it NDP. So no deforestation, no pit, no exploitations. So because these three is actually kind of the impact of biofuel palm oil plantations. So so that's actually option. And again, I think we need to diversify not only a biofuel, so other crops like cassava. Pak Presiden Prabowo also mentions, and other crops that Indonesia can produce. However, we should understand that producing biofuel from that crops, those crops, are actually quite expensive. So until today, government still subsidize biofuel productions. Farming, it's more expensive than the oil, right? And we use the scheme that now managed by the BPD PKS to subsidize that product. So it's again another challenge. It's not just about production in terms of quantities, but also economic implications of that transformations.
Okay. How's the potential in developing other renewable energy, like the one that Pak Prabowo mentioned in his speech was geothermal? And how about maybe wind energy, solar energy in Indonesia?
Well, Indonesia is blessed with renewable energy. Actually, Pak Prabowo didn't mention in his speech, actually the largest renewable energy resources that we have is actually solar energy. According Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, we have more than 3,300 gigawatt of solar energy across Indonesia. It's actually sufficient. we also have other renewable energy resources like wind, but wind, it's only in the number of area, so it's like pocket. We have like 160 gigawatt potential according to government. We have geothermal resources. We are the largest geothermal resources in the world. However, we only right now develop less than around 10% of that resources. 24 gigawatt in total. We only use like 2 gigawatt. And geothermal quite controversial. Lately, we see that that local populations actually against geothermal development, and in many places where actually the geothermal is very rich. We have a lot of hydro, but now most of the hydro in Java, for instance, is the hydro resources is already depleted. So most of this hydro, the big hydro potential is actually in Kalimantan and Papua. But the issue is where is the demand? Yeah, you can develop 1,000 megawatt of hydropower, but who's going to take that electricity?
Who's going to use it?
Right? If you produce there, but the consumers is maybe in another island, it's another challenge.
That's another challenge to build the infrastructure. Although I understand that government has a plan to build transmissions to connect different islands in Indonesia in order to utilize that electricity. But building transmission is costly and also requires a very, we have to secure for the line, secure the land. Right? So that's another challenge. So I think meeting this energy independence, energy security is not easy. We have plenty, but I think what I like from the speech also, right, that we have to think that something that impossible, we can actually do it. So it's kind of in my opinions, we have to make it this an energy independent, energy security as a mission for the country. So put a lot of effort to it, so we can resolve the problem and we can address all the challenges.
And we can finally be self-sufficient in energy and not be dependent.
Hopefully,
on other countries. All right.
Now, we have to be about positive thinking about that. We have to, it motivates us.
That's true. That's another interesting part of the speech. I think was the part where President Prabowo Subianto greeted each and every one of the state leaders who was attending the speech. And I think that's probably one of the mission that he also has, is to build as many relationships as possible with many friendly countries, because the fact remains that we do need a lot of direct investments from other countries, especially in clean energy transition. Do you know anything about the landscape of investments from other countries when it comes to building the infrastructure?
Yeah, that's true. That to build right now, we have to transform our energy system. So we are the government has set energy transition goal, right? Actually moving from fossil energy system, fossil energy to renewable energy, and so it should be done within around 30 years, I think. But there is a big consequences. The consequences of that we need a lot of investment. From our research, we estimated that Indonesia is going to require between around 30 to 40 billion dollars annual investment. Annual investment from now until 2030. Right? So that's number of the investment that we need, and we cannot do that by ourselves. So we need actually investor, particularly foreign investment. And the second one also, we need technology, because technologies are growing rapidly, very much, and we don't we don't have that technology actually.
Yeah.
So we should able to access that technology, and that technology, for instance, renewable energy technologies, mainly we talk about solar and wind. Now it's China. Electric vehicles, electric vehicle battery technology. It's mainly now most of it is actually produced in China. So other technology is owned by US, Japan, for instance. The technical, not only technology, but also technical capacities, right, that we are lacking of. Those countries, they have it. So, of course, to be able to do the energy transition, to mobilize investment, we need to work together with other countries. And they have the money. For instance, in solar energy, in the last few years, the biggest solar floating power plant, solar PV plant in Indonesia, in Cirata, is actually financed. Well, that project sponsored by Uni Emirat Arab company, Masdar. Yeah, but also the technology came from China and financed by different banks, right? So you can actually see this how the collaborations with different countries could help Indonesia meeting that renewable energy transition.
So I'm curious that you said that we have abundant of energy resources, right? And but we also have a lot of homework about that. But I want to shift to Mas Bara. How about the digital technology? How about the distribution? Maybe the inequality in Indonesia about the digital literacy. How do you see this?
Okay, for starter, I think the digital, we government has the digital literacy index, and based on the Cominfo, I think from 2020 until now is already increasing, but we still, I think, one of the lowest in ASEAN. Okay. And to add up, I think as of 2024, the internet coverage is almost 80% of Indonesia citizen already covers the internet, but it is only on majority in urban area like in Jakarta, Surabaya, but in remote and in rural area, I think it's the coverage. Well, it's there is the coverage, but maybe the signal is not.
So the quality,
the quality
is not equal in every parts of Indonesia. Why are we still at the bottom of the list in ASEAN, in the region? I mean, it's quite an irony considering we're such a vast country with a huge amount of people compared to the other countries. What's the main issue here?
I think when we talk about the digital literacy index, it's consists of multiple pillars, and one of them is digital skills and digital ethically. And in terms of digital skills, I think our knowledge, the knowledge of citizens in Indonesia is not separate, is not equally, and I think this is the role for government. Government needs to have a campaign dedicated, like specific for each of demographic profile, whether it is from, and it needs to be taught from an earlier stage. And why is the digital literacy needs to be taught? Because it's not just about how to operate digital, but when in terms of the digital cybersecurity, I think an attempt of phishing or
hacking,
hacking, it needs to be taught from earlier stage. How to play how to use social media wisely also need to be taught, and that's is the role, one of the role for the government to create a campaign, and then yeah, I think that is one of the one of the role.
I'd like to add on that as well. So we don't deny when we say that the digital technology in Indonesia is rapidly growing, but it grows fastly. But we see like still many other places in Indonesia, some cities in some provinces actually still do not have this access of technology. So what do you think the new government should do to actually handle or manage this unequal access or unequal, this digital literacy in other cities, small cities, provinces?
Yes, yes. I think first of it, before the digital literacy, then the government should expand on the infrastructure first. The current, I think the Palaparing project is also. It is a great project, but it needs to be expanded more to, and then maybe a fiber optic coverage of 5G or 5G. I'm sorry, 5G and 4G coverage within the cities. It needs to be expanded more to every provinces in rural, also in rural area. Before the literacy, so the infrastructure needs to be happening first by the government, and I think it's already on a great track, but needs to be expanded more.
I'd like to know about also the digital adoption with small and medium enterprises. How do you see that? Are they already well equipped with that, with the knowledge and with the equipment, or how do you see it?
Yeah. Based on the data that I have from in 2022 by the Ministry of SMEs, I think it's only 20% of the SMEs embrace the digital technology. So in the total of approximately 65 million SMEs. So the number is quite low. And I think one of the reasons, back again, is the digital literacy itself. They don't know how to operate digitally. They don't know, they don't have the skills yet, and they don't know how to use, maybe, how to set up an online store, how to use digital banks, how to reach their customer online. And that's the literacy from the government it can take part of, to conduct a seminar or to conduct workshop and training, to give the practical training for these SMEs, to have online store, to create, to communicate with the customer online, etc. I think that is one of the main reasons.
Yeah, because e-commerce provides such a huge opportunity for these SMEs to flourish, especially considering that Indonesia has a lot of consumers. That would be great if we can have all these SMEs have digital literacy.
Yes.
Now, my next question might be a little bit out of your field, but I don't know, maybe you can help enlighten this specific issue. President Prabowo Subianto was the former defense minister, so we're expecting him to bolster military capacity and modernize defense equipment, and that includes for cybersecurity attacks. Do you know anything about what's this current situation now? What's the biggest issue for Indonesia when it comes to protecting ourselves from potential cyber attacks? Are we well equipped right now?
Yeah. The current, I don't really know the current state where we are right now about in terms of cybersecurity. I mean, in terms if we are ready yet to have that. But I think,
especially with what happened a few months ago with the breach of national data, that really caused a great uproar in the people of Indonesia. So with that in mind, that should be also a big homework in the digital transformation in Indonesia, right?
Yeah, that really exposing Indonesia's vulnerability in data.
What's your personal opinion on it, Mas Bara?
Okay, my personal opinion about the cybersecurity measure is that I think the government and again could invest in the infrastructure first about how to handle that cybersecurity threats, and then manage annually about the incidents response, and when certain attack occur, what we're going to do. It needs to be proceduralized in this government, and I think next time when attack happen, we know because we have the procedure, we have the standard procedure for.
Do you have any rough idea in your mind how much of investment or money required to build the infrastructure? As Pabi said, for the energy needs millions of dollars annually.
Billions.
Billions
30
of
to 40
dollars
billions annually.
How about this technology sector?
Okay, for this technology sector, I don't have an exact number for it. Yeah, about approximately how many. But I don't have the number yet. Yeah,
but maybe roughly, maybe same as like Fabi said, needs tens of billions of dollars.
Yeah, I think it's a billions and not like 100. I think almost like 10 billions.
Yeah, it's a huge undertaking to say the least.
Yes.
Fabi, maybe one word that we haven't discussed yet during our discussion, and sadly it is still a problem in Indonesia, although maybe a little bit better, is the matter of corruption. Pak Prabowo Subianto mentioned in his speech that we need to eradicate corruption if we can really move forward. Now, in the field of energy, we heard in the past, one of the reasons, our country has been so slow in progressing is because of the high level of corruption. What do you think of this particular issue when it comes to our energy transition?
Well, that's what Prabowo mentioned, right? That we have to utilize our resources for the good of the country. And the impediment to that is actually the corruption. And he specifically mentions to our natural resources. We see a lot of, we have a lot of significant resource of coal, for instance, and also other minerals, which currently minerals, nickel, copper, and others become the subject of downstreaming policies, and that's to increase the added value, so we can get more from selling that or utilize the resources. But also in the past, we learned that many of these resources where it's actually stolen from us. I mean, we produce, we export, but the revenue not exactly goes to our coffin, to our coffers. It's actually the profits is only enjoyed by a certain peoples. And if you look at the case in the last few years, there is a lot of case that corruption case that involve people from Ministry of Energy, and recently the tin case in Belitung, right? I mean, that's also in the ongoing. There's also nickel case. There's a lot of coal case in the past, and even if you look back in the 1970s, 1980s, it's actually involved oil and gas sectors. Right? So that's the problem that we are facing, because supposedly, if we want to invest in this energy transition, we should use our revenue from fossil fuel, which we still have right now. We should invest in new technology, to clean technology. So that's meant a number of countries that have these fossil resources. They use that revenue actually to invest in new economy, right? So we need that money right now. So if most of this money are being corrupted, so we will not enough sufficient money to invest in new economy. And I think I recall that during the speech, he mentioned a couple of times that we should stop corruption. I think that could be very, very good because, frankly, if you look at in the last 5 years, from perception corruption index, Indonesia keep declining in the last 5 years, right? So corruption eradications is actually one of the very important and could support energy transition and could support meeting the food security, energy security goals that Pak Prabowo had in mind.
So still a crucial issue,
Right.
It's very crucial, yes.
So you really think that lack of transparency is one of the main reason or barrier for investors to actually collaborate with Indonesia in this energy sector?
Yeah,
as you mentioned earlier.
If you look at from the investor perspective, investors looking at 3 aspects. Transparency, predictability, and consistencies, right? So that they actually looking at this in terms of where's the government's heading. Because they have to calculate the risk of invest in Indonesia, and that's what actually lacking. Lack of transparencies,
like a vision,
regulations. With sometimes we don't really know when the government will make a new regulation. I just give you example. We had the oil and gas law, which being revised since 2006. Until today, there is no oil and gas law. Right? In 2018, the Parliament started to discuss about new and renewable energy law. Until the end of the Parliament, so it's already 5 years, 6 years actually. They couldn't enact this law, right? And this law is very, 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 very important. And there is a number of example. So our abilities to make regulation that could give some certainties to investor is actually lacking right now, and transparencies about how we are going to utilize our natural resources, what kind of policies that government will, or directions government will take in the near future is also very, very important. So there is a number of factors, of course, and transparency in one of that. It's transparency about the data itself. If you look at data, you can have a very different number from even different government agencies. Right? So that's the issue.
What Mas Bara mentioned earlier, the data between ministries are not in line.
Are not in line. That's
So you mentioned about the need to invest in new technology, the need to be transparent. Does this mean investing in digital technology when it comes to clean energy transition would be a good idea? Digitalization, because we see what happens in the Interior Ministry. They've rapidly evolved and progressed into becoming much more efficient because of digitalization. Everything is done digitally now when it comes to citizenship. Would that work with the Ministry of Energy?
Yes, I remember during Pak SBY time, actually the government started doing this, and we later on in Pak Jokowi we have this what we call one map. So if you go to the Ministry of Energy website, you can find one map of energy resources, energy productions. I mean, in terms of oil and gas productions, coal productions. That is actually one step because you can track the number of productions, right? So I think that's very, 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 very good, very important, very good initiative and need to be strengthened because some of, well, the data is there, but it lack of details, right? Like for instance, okay, if we produce 700 million ton of coal, from where actually produced, and how many you actually export to what country? Because we also heard that there is a discrepancies between our export data of certain mineral with the record of import from different countries. Like for instance, we export our nickel to China. So the number that we record for export, it's very different, quite different from the record of import of nickel from Indonesia in China, something like that. So you see, if we found this kind of discrepancy, so the digital is good, but again, I think finding out the loopholes and using the digital information data as, again, to
help eradicate corruption.
To eradicate corruption is also very, very important.
We've heard that President Prabowo said he wants to create self-sufficiency in energy, and he also said that it needs tens of billions of dollars. And then you also said that there's a lot of challenges from transparency and etc. And my question is, how optimistic are you that this energy self-sufficiency will
be achieved
in Indonesia?
Well, as I mentioned, if you look back, if the government working in the same way, it's very difficult. But if we work in different way, I'm cautiously optimistic. It's very hard, again, to achieve within 5 years, given the challenge that I understand, right? But at least we can close the gap, right? And
at least we can start the path.
We can start, and that's require a very, very good. We need good ministers that understand the problem, that can find solutions. Because at the end, these ministers is the one that implement all the program that mentioned by President, right? So who's going to lead this sector is very, very important also.
We're still waiting on that.
Because the minister has to be trusted by investor, has to be trusted by other stakeholders.
By the industry itself.
Trusted by the industry, right? I mean, so it's that also important factors, I think. So we have to wait. Until tomorrow,
until tomorrow.
Who's going to be implementing all of this program in their work plan?
Right, So now,
let's go to the live feed from MPR building. We see that President Prabowo is now leaving the building. Now we understand that the next agenda is to visit the State Palace to do an official turnover from President Prabowo from Joko Widodo.
From the former President Joko Widodo.
Sertijab ceremony.
Oh, there still has a Sertijab ceremony, right?
We heard,
We heard that.
right after this.
I see.
So he'll be going into his new office, the State Palace, officially.
So because when President Jokowi arrived, he arrived with a presidential envoy, right? And so the car is for president. So I wonder what car is
probably he leaving now, right?
Vice President Maruf, right? I mean, because there's a RE1, RE2, right?
That's interesting.
Well, that's quite
it's a slow walk so far. Everybody wants to take a picture with the president. We'll be seeing a lot of selfies in social media today.
And he literally actually greeted every single person who actually attended the ceremony there. We just witnessed it before.
He's literally projecting that good neighbor policy.
Good neighbor policies,
that expression,
All right, now while we still wait on confirmation for the next agenda and before we continue our conversation with our guests, we now go to the next item in our reporting in part of our celebration of having a new president and vice president in Indonesia. So Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka are now officially inaugurated as the new president and vice president for the next 5 years. And of course, this is a historic event that will start a new chapter in the journey of the nation.
Presiden dan Wakil Presiden nomor urut 2, Haji Prabowo Subianto dan Gibran Rakabuming Raka sebanyak 96.214.691 suara.
Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming will be officially inaugurated as the President and Vice President for 2024 to 2029 during the plenary meeting of the People's Consultative Assembly at the Parliamentary Complex in Jakarta today. The ceremony will mark the transfer of government from President Joko Widodo and Vice President Ma'ruf Amin to elect President Prabowo and Vice President Gibran, who is also the oldest son of President Joko Widodo. Chairman of MPR Ahmad Muzani said Prabowo and Gibran will go to the State Palace in Jakarta later on the day to attend a ceremony to mark the transition of the national leadership from President Joko Widodo and Vice President Ma'ruf Amin. Prabowo will then deliver his inaugural speech as the country's 8th president. Prabowo will become the country's oldest president at 73 years old when he begins his 5-year term, while Gibran, now 37 years old, will become the youngest vice president in the country's history. The transfer of national leadership runs smoothly and no major changes are expected from the new administration. In fact, Prabowo, who promoted a continuity of government as his main theme of his presidential campaign, will reappoint at least 16 of Jokowi's key ministers in his cabinet. Although there will be no major problems in the transition process, a number of challenges have already awaited the new administration. In domestic politics, President Prabowo's ship will unlikely face rough sea thanks to his ability to persuade most of the country's major political parties to become part of his government.
Saya mengatakan dari awal, saya yakin pada saatnya PKB akan kembali mendukung saya.
However, he has to work an extra hard to meet the people's demand for justice. Many people are still disappointed about the country's weak legal enforcement, especially in dealing with corruption. As a former soldier, Prabowo is also expected to be able to overcome growing separatist movements in Papua. In the economic field, the new government will have to face more challenging situations, not only due to growing political tensions in the world, but also the decline in the industrial sector, which has led to the decline of the people's buying power. The rising uncertainties in the world have begun to affect the country's exports, while the decline in the buying power has also caused a decline in the country's middle class. With situation, the new government will have an uphill task to meet its target to boost the economic growth to 8% from 5% at present. Such a high growth target is needed to ensure Indonesia can get out from the middle class and become a developed nation in 2045, as stated in Indonesia Vision. With its rich natural resources and demographic bonus, in which the productive age population is more than the non-productive population, Indonesia has a golden opportunity to achieve the Golden Vision goals. As the demographic bonus is set to peak in 2041, Indonesia is racing against time to take the golden opportunity. But we believe the new president has the ability to achieve the Indonesian Vision 2045 goals and turn the country a better place to live and, more importantly, to bring prosperity to the people.
Okay, now after the President of Republic Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto, now is leaving the NPR, now we will take you to the State Palace where we have Shafira Junior, TVRI World reporter, who will give us the updates on the current situations there. Shafira Junior, can you hear us?
Hello there, reporting live from the Medan Merdeka Street. Now I'm just near the Merdeka Palace, and at the moment, the road ahead of the arrival of the officially inaugurated President Prabowo Subianto with Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka, the road is conducive, but also crowded with people and transportation, especially cars. And for the security, the personnel deployed to strengthen the area around the Merdeka Palace closed the road around Medan Merdeka Barat, and also near the Merdeka Palace. The road is closed only half road since the head of state, the new elected head of states of Indonesia, President Subianto and Vice President Raka Buming Raka, will go through the Merdeka Palace through the road near the Medan Merdeka Barat Street. And also behind me there is actually a performance stage where there are several performances that will be given and will be delivered by some Indonesian artists to celebrate the new elected president and also vice president. And that's what we have for now. I'm Safira Junior reporting from Medan Merdeka Street with camera person Adri Handira for TVRI World. Back to you now at the studio.
Thank you, Shafira Junior, for your report from the State Palace. And yes, we see such a captivating moment, very uplifting, and the enthusiasm of the citizens Indonesia today witnessed the historical moment of the inaugurations of the new president and vice president.
Thank you once again, Shafira. Be careful there.
Yeah, thank you,
Take
Shafira.
care.
Stay out of the sunlight, go into the shade. All right, Pak Fabi and Mas Bara, as much as we've had so much fun listening to your insights.
And we want to know more, actually.
Yeah, yes. But it's time now to get your final statements. And with that, probably also your hopes and wishes for this new chapter for Indonesia and for the new president and vice president.
Pak Fabi first.
Yeah, I looking forward that President Prabowo make his visions come true. And I think it's very important. Energy security, energy independence is very important for Indonesia. We have the aspirations to become developed countries by 2045, right? And that's correlated with the two things, actually. High GDP per capita income that we need to increase up to like $6,000 per capita in the next 25 years. And that will not happen if we don't increase our economic activities. And that economic activities in particular increase the industrializations of Indonesia won't be happen if we don't have sufficient energy. Right now, our electricity per capita is less than 1,400 kilowatt per capita. Is actually one of the lowest in Southeast Asia. While for average, the average electricity per capita in Southeast Asia actually 3,300 kilowatt per capita. Okay. And that $6,000 means that $6,000 per capita by 2045 means that we have to double our electricity per capita consumptions, and that requires infrastructures, build infrastructure, sufficient generations, transmissions for the electricity, and also other supporting infrastructures. And that means that we have to step, and it has to be in cleaner way, right? We have to do the energy transition from fossil to renewable energy, and that's needs to be done. And the next 5 years is very critical, as it is actually see as the first stage whether we can meet the Golden Indonesia 2045 vision or not. And it means that I'm looking forward to a change in the way we produce and consume and invest in energy.
Right. We're also looking forward to
Yes.
How
How about you, Mas Bara? From the point of view of an IT expert and a Gen Z, it would be interesting to know your hopes and wishes for the new administration. Go ahead.
Yeah, for me, I think it's excited, and I'm looking forward to it too. And then Pak Prabowo's speech is also energetic and fiery, and I'm looking forward on his leadership in the next 5 years. And in terms of digital technology, as I mentioned before, the government needs to focus on the expanding the infrastructure itself, and then create awareness through digital literacy program as well, and then maybe fostering a partnership between public and private sector with tech company could also take part of when upgrading the MSMEs around Indonesia. And of course, the regulation needs, the government needs to create a policy, the regulation that can create a safe environment to do digital innovation, digital what we are doing online. The government needs to create the regulation, the policy itself. I think it's a great start. I think it's a fresh start for Prabowo, and I love the passion.
Okay.
So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Bapak Fabi Tumiwa, the Executive Director of the Institute for Essential Services Reform, and Mas Baraka Kugitama, Digital Tech Practitioner. Once again, thank you very much for your time. But unfortunately, we are limited by time.
Yes, but thank you. We wish you an enjoyable Sunday. I hope you can enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Yes.
All the best, Pak Fabi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again.
Please stay here for a minute.
So now we would like to take you to actually see again what is going to happen in the State Palace.
Yes. We're going to now see for ourselves truly the transition of power between the two leaders of Indonesia. Now that Prabowo Subianto is the president, he will now enter his new office. And for that, we're going to go now to our live feed, who will tell us exactly what's going on. Let's have a look.
Alhamdulillah. Beres, Pak? Ya, Pak. Makasih banyak, Pak. Oke.
So right now we are seeing a bird's eye view of the State Palace. Oh no, this is the Merdeka Palace.
Yes, the Merdeka Palace.
So we are preparing for the handover ceremony, the handover of the presidency. Again, this is a very significant moment in our democracy. This truly shows the peaceful power transition, and it shows us this is what a democracy is like. When a new president is elected by the people, then it's time for the previous president to hand over.
That's right. Yeah, we're very fortunate, I think, to have this peaceful transition. And
That's
we
true.
can, like our guest before said, that it is a long waiting period, 8 months, but we can keep that peace intact.
Yeah, and stability,
Stability,
which is very important indeed. Now we have the view of the most iconic spot in Jakarta.
In Jakarta, yes.
Bundaran
Selamat
HI.
Datang.
Yeah. It's called Hotel Indonesia. Bundaran Hotel Indonesia.
Yes.
Or the water.
Yes, the most famous water fountain in Jakarta. It's where people come to congregate whenever
very historical,
any historical moments,
And we see everything went smoothly today.
It did.
All
Yes.
very well organized from
Yes.
the start of the ceremony until now.
Although it took longer than we expected.
Yeah.
But we can see everybody was still enthusiastic throughout the ceremony. Everyone is very happy and
flocking
jubilant.
into the streets, yes.
So a lot of people are already there in the roundabout. I think ready to celebrate. As we mentioned before, the city's government has put up a few stages throughout the city. There will be entertainment, band performances, and there people can just celebrate this new chapter of our country's democracy.
I think it's a very festive event. This weekend has been for us all.
Because we cannot deny it, he was chosen by 96 million of Indonesians. So yeah, this is the people's party. This is the people's celebration.
But also this also marked the historic moment also for Jokowi, as he also bid farewell to the Indonesians. So.
It's a bit bittersweet.
Yes,
I have to admit.
it's a bittersweet.
It is.
Like I try not to be emotional, but it got to me a little bit.
At 2014, he was the new president.
Yes.
He went. He took the walk towards the Merdeka Palace.
Yes,
and then,
we remember that moment.
Yeah, we remember that moment. And now he's on the other side.
Yes.
Now it's changed.
Handing it over
Handing
to the person that he beat
Yes.
that first election.
How many times? Because Prabowo
even
forgot.
Right, yeah.
I think it was 3 times,
Yeah, 3 times he attempted to win the office, and now finally he's there. But it was a candid moment between Prabowo Subianto and Joko Widodo. We saw, and he said, "I forgot how many times did you beat me?" And then Jokowi answered with that enigmatic smile of his. Are you sure you forgot? Because
how could you forgot?
That was a funny moment indeed, a heartwarming moment too.
It is.
It
Because
shows their friendship between
the first one was Prabowo being the vice president, trying to be the vice president, and the second one running for president,
right?
And also the third one.
Yeah.
We can see all the guests.
Yes.
I think this inside the Merdeka Palace.
It's inside,
in the yard of Merdeka Palace.
We see some familiar faces as
Yeah,
well.
there are some celebrities,
Celebrities, also representatives from some parties as well.
Yeah, I think most of them are supporters of Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Raka Buming Raka during their campaign. So this is a very happy moment for them indeed, after supporting the
and
pair.
You know what? I think I know the person with the white shirt in front.
Yes?
Oh.
I think he's, I personally know him. He's like one of an athlete.
Familiar.
Okay.
One of an athlete.
Yeah.
Jakarta
From
athlete,
different
I think.
facets of society are celebrating indeed. Students, housewives, business people, everyone.
Yeah, from the many different elements of
private sector.
Private sectors, And in fact, yesterday when I passed by some main roads in Jakarta, I already saw many stage was being installed.
Oh, you saw the stages?
Yes, the stages installed.
No, we passed over a few billboards, Sesko, and there was a lot of congratulation words from ordinary people, from citizens. Congratulations to.
They put up their name, like from who, from.
Quite amusing to see. I mean, everybody is really happy to welcome the new president, which is of course a good sign.
Good sign, definitely a good sign. And we cannot wait actually for, again, maybe seeing and hearing Prabowo with the speech, with what he have to say. Because this is the very first day of his term in the office.
First day at the office.
First day at the office, on Sunday.
On a Sunday. I guess he's ready to work any time of the day, any time of the week.
One of the unforgettable moments from the previous president, former President Pak Joko Widodo, we know that he liked to have this like panggung for rakyat, right?
Oh yeah, okay.
So we'll see with the new president.
Yeah, I believe he will continue that tradition because, as we see from the speech and even before his ascension to the presidency, he's quite a populist leader. He likes to make the people be happy and feel engaged. So I think that's a great way to keep that engagement with the people and to give the people a way to get together, celebrate, being Indonesian, living in Jakarta.
And we can see the clear weather in Jakarta because many people stay under the bridge to avoid the sun.
Oh, that's the reason.
The majority,
because it's still being blocked.
Well, I'm not quite sure actually,
but I would do that. I would hide under the bridge to get out of this one. That's what we told our reporter Shafira. Get under the shade. This is amazing. Although we're not there, but we can feel the happiness,
the joy,
the joyfulness,
the festivity.
Okay. I think they're being blocked by the people now, the convoy of President Prabowo. He must be feeling elated himself, so he probably wants to greet all the people. That's why, stopping the car.
Yeah, I think he's not blocked, but he stopped his car maybe to greet the people there. Can you guess where's the view? I think it's near our office. This in front of the NPR building.
Ah, okay.
Still in front of the NPR building, I
Yeah,
think.
I think it's somewhere close to the NPR.
Yeah.
Hard for them to get through.
Hard for them.
All the masses.
Definitely.
So, what has been your favorite moment so far, Sesko, from the inauguration? Let's start with the ceremony at the NPR building.
Definitely President Prabowo's speech.
Yeah.
It was so fiery. We can feel the
I agree.
vibrant.
You can see the passion.
Yeah, the passion of him
Yeah.
speaking with text, and he combined it with no text. So
Yeah.
you can feel the genuine part of Prabowo.
Yeah, you can see what a good public speaker he is. He feels very comfortable there, greeting everyone.
Yeah, he really shows that vibrant side of him.
Yeah.
When delivering the speech.
How about both of you?
Yeah.
What's the favorite part?
What you Steph?
The way he really shows his characteristic of this, like you said, fiery and also vibrant way of saying things. And also he actually really greet every single person and special envoy and dignitaries from other countries as well. So that's very humble of him as well.
Yeah. My favorite part of the speech was when he mentioned all the previous presidents, from the first president and each of their accomplishments, and how he said that we should be thankful for all of the previous presidents, our previous leaders, and we should respect all the leaders that have come before him because they have made Indonesia what it is. I think that's a great gesture.
That's a great
It's an amazing gesture. He mentioned everyone, including Ibu President Megawati, who was not in attendance. But he still mentioned what was great about Ibu Megawati's presidency at that time, and then he greeted all the ones in attendance. I think that was a very statesmanlike move and gesture.
And now we can see President Prabowo already uses not his private or ministry stuff that attached to him, but now he's a president of the Republic of Indonesia.
And now he has a chance to actually greet everyone who gathers there.
He's putting the presidential security into work right now.
Yeah, running in front of the car with a full suit.
Okay, I think from this visual we see Prabowo Subianto greeting the people from his car. That means he's keeping that proximity, that closeness with the people. He's not just riding inside his car, he's making sure that everyone sees him.
And looking
as
from
he
the
makes his
surroundings, I think he's already at Sudirman Street, heading to State Palace.
And I'm quite proud, if I can say it myself, to have this image. I know this is broadcasted to many other countries in the region, in the world, how they see Indonesia proceeding itself, moving forward with this new administration, everything going so peaceful, with so much joyfulness. I think it's a great way to showcase Indonesia, the modern Indonesia.
You can see it by yourself in the screen right now. Crowds,
big smiles everywhere.
Every time the camera shoots,
Yeah.
they put their hands up.
Yeah, that's the thing with Indonesians. We love to celebrate. We always love a reason to get together.
That's right,
If there's no reason, we make a reason.
Yeah, that's true. That's
to
true.
gather.
There's always a reason.
And it's good thing also this 20th October falls on Sunday, on weekend, so many people can join for this.
Although in Indonesia, I think we are quite blessed when it comes to big moments like this, like for elections, we always get a public holiday. If this was not on a Sunday, I'm sure that the government will give out a public holiday for all its citizens. It's not like that in every country. Like even in the US, I think, they're not given a public holiday during election time. So they have to take time from work. It's quite complicated actually to vote in the US, for example, but not in Indonesia. It's a big moment for all of us because we are given such an easy access to be part of the democratic.
The government seems like to facilitate our casting votes and so on.
And now to celebrate.
And now to celebrate, yeah. We did see one of the bands, I think, are already starting to perform there.
Okay. Now, I haven't got a chance to check social media, so I don't know yet what memes or what are going around, what's going viral.
Once again, the blue gentleman there, it's my senior in high school.
Wow, you're very popular, Sesko.
Wow, you know, recognizing people every single person there.
Yes, he is. He's my senior, and he is also, I think, one of the member of a party, a political party.
Wow. See, again, we see the blue skies of Jakarta. One of the stages.
Yeah, one of the stages.
I think that's one of
the band is playing, I think. It's already playing.
Still in the surrounding of MPR area. Yeah.
No, I do not know this.
You do not know. Okay, I was just waiting for you to mention. Okay, so there are 13 stages. We just got confirmation.
Okay.
Throughout Jakarta.
13 entertainment stages to celebrate the presidential inaugurations.
Okay.
I think the first one is Panggung Sumatera, where it's located in front of Gedung Bripanggung Kalimantan, or in front of the Mid Plaza. Also,
in Sudirman, yeah?
Yeah, the next one we also have Panggung Sulawesi. It's in front of Gedung BNI Tower. And the next one we have Panggung Nusantara. It's in front of Gedung Plaza Indonesia High. I think it's interesting how they actually name the stages where they actually use places in Indonesia, provinces in Indonesia as the names of the stages.
So let's give out the full information so probably our viewers can choose which stage do they want to go to after they watch this special report. There's also one in front of Sarina. It's called the Panggung Jawa. Should be nice after you watch performances. You can have a coffee in Sarina or buy some batik.
Very nice.
And there's also one at the Bundaran Patung Kuda nearby. It's Panggung Papua. And then at Taman Pandang Istana Merdeka is the Panggung Merah Putih. And then near the roundabout, exactly at the Pan Hotel Mandarin Oriental, Mandarin Hotel, there's Panggung Rakyat. There's a few of Panggung Rakyat actually scattered around town, right, Sesko?
Yeah. And also in front of the Dharma Interland building, there's also the People's Stage, maybe we can say it. And also in front of the Gedung Jaya, and also in front of the, maybe if you are inside the Gelora Bung Karno complex, after having a jog inside Gelora Bung Karno, you can go to the 6th gate of Gelora Bung Karno. There's also a stage there, and in front of the FX Sudirman building.
Wow, 13 stages.
13. All across.
It's really,
quite
really
popular spot in Jakarta. So everyone has the chance to actually enjoy, celebrate this momentous moment.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Truly a celebration of the
very first moment to actually get the opportunity to to greet
right after
everyone.
inauguration.
Yes, right after the inaugurations, correct.
What a great moment. Now we also saw how he greeted everyone from his coalition after the inauguration.
So I think from the stage inside the MPR building until now, he's still greeting everybody from state guests and now from the people of Indonesia, especially in Jakarta.
Yes. Now, of course, again, security is a big issue. So that's why the TNI have remarked that 100,000 TNI officers are actually deployed today for the entire security operations, including more than 24,000 personnel who are members of the VVIP Joint Integrated Security Command. And they're all are working tirelessly right now.
Tirelessly, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, again, on a Sunday.
Yeah, on a Sunday. It's not an off day today.
Not an off day.
Yeah, it's a big day.
It's the first day of work. And we can see now it's a bird view from above the entourage of President Prabowo Subianto heading to the Merdeka Palace. Well, I think he's already near Merdeka Palace.
Yeah. I think any moment now we will
now.
see him approaching the palace and entering. right?
Wow,
More
we really see the
vibrant,
vibrant,
and enthusiastic atmosphere coming out of the stages there, and also from the people of Jakarta, who are witnessing for the first time the presence of their new president, Prabowo Subianto.
Yeah, we hear the voices from the MC,
Yes.
I guess, chanting the president's name and the vice
hyping
president's
everyone
name.
up.
Hyping everyone up, yeah.
No, we haven't seen Vice President Gibran yet. Just President Prabowo,
Not sure if President Prabowo is also using the same car.
I think he is.
Pope visit last time.
Yeah.
Where we call it Maung, right?
Yeah.
It's quite identical, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the same car.
And it's a sensible choice, I would say.
That's right.
Yeah.
Our own production.
Exactly. So to keep on with the nationalistic and populist approach of his leadership so far. Now, Jakarta is looking quite nice when you see it like this.
Quite nice,
Yeah,
bright.
with the greenery and
blue
the
sky.
sky. And the skyscrapers there at the background.
Oh, this is the Monas area.
Yes.
Yeah, this Monas area. National Monument. Now we can see
now to Merdeka
the Merdeka Palace.
Now the staff there is also preparing to welcome
the new president.
Yeah, the new president.
The new chief.
And with the new president comes his new staff.
Yeah.
His new family. It's going to be a different look now at the Merdeka Palace. If I remember correctly, I think President SBY started this tradition of a friendly handover between presidents, because technically he was the first president to be elected democratically, SBY, right? Before that, it was more of a mandate from the NPR, right? So SBY was the first Indonesian president that was truly democratically elected, and to show his commitment to democratic values, he was the one who started this tradition of handing over the power of presidency to the next one, which was Joko Widodo at the time. And I'm glad to see that President Joko Widodo, former President Joko Widodo, is not doing the same thing with President Prabowo Subianto. This is a great tradition to uphold.
And you know what also interesting is that last month we witnessed former President Joko Widodo actually, yes, I'm still trying to get used to it. So the former President Joko Widodo was in the balcony of Merdeka Palace with Pope and with the new elected President Prabowo Subianto. And now we can see actually today officially President Prabowo Subianto.
With their new roles now.
Yes.
Wow.
Still full of people
Quite
around
a lot
the
of
entourage
bystanders there.
President Prabowo's entourage.
that the new President Prabowo Subianto will have tight schedule, but also tomorrow, because tomorrow he will also, I think, announce the new cabinet ministers.
Very much awaited.
Leadership, yes.
There's been a lot of talks about the new cabinet, like how many ministers will there be, who will be, filling the positions of strategic ministries, how many ministers from Jokowi's administration will be included, and so on. And we'll find out soon. And Sesko, I believe you're going to preside over the special report.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Wait for it, okay? Yeah, because we heard that 16 of Jokowi's ministers will still be in place, and then professionals from various sectors will also take part in the Prabowo's new cabinet. And definitely there's no time for a break for President Prabowo.
No, as you mentioned before, we've got a lot of homework, there's a lot of crucial issues, big problems that needs immediate resolve. You see Bapak Zulkifli Hasan.
As Prabowo's brother?
Yes.
So
Abu Rizal Bakri.
That gather on the yard of the Merdeka Palace. They're still excited. This afternoon.
The guest inside the Merdeka Palace is now getting ready as well to make sure that they can all be a witness to this very important and pivotal moment. Because afterwards, this is now just ceremonies and celebrations, but starting tomorrow, I think they are ready to work, because as we know, they have promised a lot of populist projects during their campaign.
That's right.
It will take a lot of work to realize all those ambitious projects.
And 8 of them, 8 best and fastest achievement programs of Prabowo Gibran is, the first one is free lunch, or it is renamed to nutritious food supplies. It will be for elementary until senior high school. And then the nutrition supplies for pregnant mothers and toddlers that targeted 80 million people, and it will be 100% covered by 2029. And the focus is to increase the quality of human resources.
It's one of the most popular programs that they proposed during their campaign. They also promised free health care, checkups, and tuberculosis treatment, free health checkups that will target 50% reduction of tuberculosis cases, which is sadly still an issue in Indonesia. They also say they're going to give out comprehensive hospital development in regencies, so not just big cities in Indonesia, but also smaller cities and regencies. And of course, the objectivity is to improve quality of healthcare workers and to improve the condition of hospital facilities.
And also the productivity of farming lands, which is also the hope or the aim target on the food state, where they will increase productivity through land intensifications and extensifications, main commodities, rice, corn, soybean, cassava, sugar, cane, sago, and breadfruit. Also, the target is additional 4 million hectares of harvest until 2029.
And also one of, I think, most anticipated and also important is the exemplary schools and school renovations. The development of exemplary schools in every regency will be planned and implemented, and also development of boarding schools, non-boarding schools, I assume maybe like religious schools
Yeah.
here, and elementary level and senior high, and also renovation of dilapidated schools.
Yes. I think especially for remote regions in Indonesia who are still actually haven't got equal access when it comes to good education and good facilities in education. Now, Prabowo Subianto also promised a lot of programs that targeted specifically for the betterment of the welfare of the people. It's about their livelihood, about better standards of living. That includes how he promised of an existing social welfare card and entrepreneur card. We already have a Healthy Indonesia card for regular citizens and senior citizens, and Indonesia Smart Card as well. So that will be continued. He's also going to launch the Healthy Children card and disperse working capital loans to make sure that a lot of people can pursue their dreams of opening up businesses.
That's right. Yeah.
But you know, with equal access to it, because in a lot of regions in Indonesia, they don't have that chance to get loans from the banks, and that has hindered the progression of
their business. That's right. It's an interesting program, actually.
Yeah.
And because like the Healthy Indonesia card, it turns out, well, at the first place, some naysayers say that it won't be well done, but now it turns out to be good.
Yes.
The Healthy Indonesia card. So now we'll go to Merdeka Palace to see the handing over ceremony.
Undangan yang berbahagia, sesaat lagi akan kita ikuti jalannya upacara penyambutan Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-8 dan pelepasan Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-7 tahun 2024. Demi tertib dan hikmatnya upacara, dimohon telepon genggam serta alat komunikasi lainnya agar diatur pada mode diam selama upacara berlangsung. Terima kasih.
In the SDGs as well, and also targeting 40 houses per village sub-district per year, 3 million houses within 2 years.
Yeah. Now, this particular project was very popular, especially for the younger generation, for the millennials who have seen the price of houses skyrocketed in the past few years. It is virtually impossible for them to own a home, especially in big cities.
Yeah, especially in strategic places.
The administration is going to go through with this, which is the establishment of a state revenue agency. This is something similar to like the IRS in the US, like a specific body or agency to deal with the taxing of the citizens. Right now it's still under the Ministry of Finance. But the idea from Prabowo Subianto, there should be a specific agency for that, for the State Revenue Agency. And the target is to see 23% increase in state income ratio to gross domestic product from the taxes. I mean, holding and building up a whole new agency, it's big work, and it costs a lot. So I don't think this is set in stone yet, but yeah, maybe in the near future when everything else is settled, this could be materialized into an actual project.
Yeah, a lot of things, a lot of aspects to be addressed in this new leadership, and I think that's why I think the recent president,
who's who in charge where,
in which
ministry,
yes.
And that was the 8 best and fastest achievement programs of Prabowo Gibran. And other than that, there are also 17 priority programs of Prabowo Gibran for the next 5 years. We've discussed it with our guest expert before, about the self-sufficiency in food, in energy, and also in water. This is very important, I think, because
very necessary.
Very necessary, of course.
Yeah.
We cannot rely on other countries about food, because we still import foods from other countries like seawater into fresh water.
Oh.
That's like the system, the name of the system.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, actually.
Yes, I think that it's still being developed right now. It's some sort of a prototype.
Yeah.
But I think the bigger issue when it comes to water management is the lack of access of clean water in Indonesia. There's a lot of seawater, but not enough fresh water, for drinking, for cooking, even for cleaning, for bathing. There's a lot of regions in Indonesia that doesn't have that access to clean water. So as we reported extensively at the World Water Forum a few months back, it's still a big issue, not just in Indonesia, but everywhere in the world. Again, it's related to global warming and also to poor water management issues in a lot of countries. So.
And we also heard that our former foreign minister, Ibu Retno Marsudi, will have a special task from the United Nations about water.
She'll be the UN envoy for water.
Yes. We hope she can bring this problem, not just from Indonesia.
I was a bit disappointed, to be honest, when I heard that Ibu Retno will no longer serve as foreign minister. But to learn that she now has such a huge role at United Nations, of course, we wish her all the best in her new position. Okay, I think we're still waiting for the ceremony to take place. Now, another priority program for Prabowo Gibran, we've mentioned about this, the improvement of the state revenue system. He proposed the idea.
Hadap kanan, hadap kiri. Gerak. Tegak, sendana. Gerak. Istirahat di tempat. Gerak.
Komandan upacara memasuki tempat upacara.
Pimpinan, saya ambil alih. Pasang sanggur. Gerak. Istirahat di tempat. Gerak.
Kelompok pembawa bendera merah putih memasuki tempat upacara.
Such a beautiful and grand also formations we just seen on the screen. It's at the Merdeka Palace, and I think we had such a very hopeful and very confident for the next leadership of the new president of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming. And also we would like to thank our viewers who already be with us for this, I think, almost 7 hours for this special report. And we would like to thank our previous guests who also joined us in the studio. We had Shafia F. Muhibat, Deputy Executive Director of Research Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, and Bapak Wijayanto Samirin, Senior Economist from Paramadina University. Also, we also had Fabi Tumiwa, Executive Director of the Institute for Essential Services Reform, IESR. And also we had Baraka Kugitama, Digital Tech Practitioner. Thank you very much for their time, for us, for sharing their great insights with us. So I'm Stephanie Silitonga.
And I'm Siska Becker, and although the handover ceremony is still taking place now, but this is the moment we bid adieu to you, our viewers. But with that, we also like to express our deepest gratitude to former President Joko Widodo for the 10 years of service he has given us, and all the best to President Prabowo Subianto and Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka.
Yeah, and so that's all for today's special report and the inauguration of President and Vice President. I'm Sesko Satrio.
I'm Siska Becker.
And I'm Stephanie Silitonga. Thanks for watching and have a great day.
Bye-bye.